Oh, good day, sir. How you doing?
Good. It's coming.
Who's coming? Oh, Rain.
Oh,
Oh, that looks like it, eh? Let's get started. Oh, Rain. Testing. Test one, test two. Okay. Morning, everyone. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, I gotta print something on. I'm printing something. Is that right? How are you? Not too bad.
this is that much.
Oh, hi, Evelyn. Nice to meet you. I was wondering, is there like a youth gonna be doing a prayer too? Like,
No.
no? Okay. Okay. Okay.
I was ready.
Yeah.
Well, that entry into the flag song. Then we'll and here, gonna do a song.
Yeah.
So he'll do his song.
All right. Have you ever chaired a meeting before?
I
No?
mean, like, yes, but for a school board,
Oh,
a
okay.
little bit. I mean, I guess it's kind of,
It's similar, I guess,
Yeah.
yeah. Don't sweat it too much. Main station will help you.
Okay. Thank you.
I think the biggest technical part is when there's resolutions, because at some point you'll have to go through that.
Right, which is, yeah. Jeff kind of went through it with me yesterday, but not like
Not too in depth.
extensively. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually you don't have to read the whole thing. Just read the title of it. And then usually because there's like whereas.
Right.
And then I usually just read that therefores
Okay.
or finally be it resolved kind of thing, all those things.
Okay.
And then you make sure the mover and seconder's in a room. Then you can open discussion about the resolution.
Okay.
Like if the mover and seconder usually have an opportunity to say something about it first.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it's
And then somebody might say, I'd like to make a friendly amendment, or like they want to change the wording somewhere kind of thing, or
okay.
usually adding something, whatever. And then you usually have to say, it's mover and seconder, good with that friendly amendment. Usually they're like, no problem with it kind of thing. But stated on the side, will be the resolution committee. And this is their job to change it on the fly kind of thing.
Okay. So they're okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And then if nobody wants to talk about it anymore after them, then whatever it's done, then say like to move to a vote, can I hear a question?
Okay.
Then someone will go question.
And then they'll come up to the mic and ask it.
Well, no.
Or-
That means question
Oh,
means
that
it's time to
question.
vote.
Yes. Right.
It
And
sounds
then,
like they actually have a question, but no, that
but
means,
it's me.
it means it's time to vote, yeah. Usually how I do those, like, say, is there anybody opposed? Then if anybody's opposed, you can ask them if they want their name noted down for the record.
Okay.
Yeah. If they want to speak, usually ask them to come to the mic, so, because there's people on Zoom, they're, you can
Right.
hear them, right? But it's not bad, and then any abstentions, if there's no abstention, like if there's no opposition abstentions, then you can just say, all right, I can see, no.
Okay.
Then motion is carried.
Okay. Perfect.
Then,
Robin? Robin?
are you on a youth council as well?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you like that so far?
I really like it.
Yeah.
The past year's been a little bit difficult for us because we just haven't been able to like have the same schedule.
Yeah,
So, and we don't have a coordinator right now, so it's kind of just, we're doing it.
right,
We're trying to do our best, but no, I really enjoy it.
yeah,
Yeah, it's because I'm on the tie, like in tie, we have one as well, so we do, I am on that one, but I find because the people here are from all different nations that it's so much more
get to learn a bit more.
exactly. It's not just, we're not just here.
Yeah.
And take things that could benefit our own community.
Well, hopefully you get a coordinator soon. That'll
Yeah.
Get a lot better.
Yeah.
Help you guys organize. Set things up.
Right.
They got a pretty good budget too. You can
Yeah,
do
exactly.
a lot of activities. Like,
We were trying to do a team building because we haven't all met each other, I don't think. I don't know.
yeah,
I've met quite a few of them, and unfortunately Hannah's not here. And Hannah is usually like, she's kind of the one who's taken over the coordinator role, so
yeah, she chairs the AFN Youth Council.
Yeah.
It's really good.
that's amazing.
I think we got on a youth council, my first term as Grand Chief, which was 9 years ago. So
Oh, really?
I had it for a while.
Wow. Yeah, she's been on because then she was with Sarah. Do you remember Sarah McNeil?
Yeah.
Yeah. She was on there, and then Sarah aged out last year, but she had gone on mat leave, so she wasn't able to do it anymore. But
We might get some rain today.
Yeah, I know. I was
Yeah.
felt kind of chilly outside.
Did it get really hot here like last week, like 40 something?
I think it was, yeah, I think the highest we got was 38.
Yeah.
So we were still able to go outside because you're not supposed to like do anything if it gets 42
Yeah.
or something like that.
Did it get smoky here too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it not as bad as like Toronto area, but it was yellow and it smelled pretty bad. It's weird though, because the first day it was yellow and it didn't smell, and then the second day it was clear, but it smelled like snow. So
That's where I live in Toronto.
oh, you live in Toronto?
It was really smoky.
Yeah, that's what I've seen on social media.
I live pretty high up, but there was the view from my apartment that one day.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's wild. Did it have like a yellowy tint too? And you just can't.
Yeah.
Like, the camera wouldn't get the tint, but
Yeah.
on my phone, yeah.
You see my puppies? The one with the cone head, it was his birthday.
What are their names?
She's Pebbles. She's 14 years old. And he's just turned 1. Yeah.
Those are so cute.
Yeah. He likes to sit on my shoulder like a parrot all the time.
Is he a doodle?
And he's a shit poo.
Oh, so Shih Tzu poodle.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's so cute.
Thingy.
Does he shed?
Not really.
No, that's nice.
How do you see your last name? Is it Shekel or Shekel?
Shakel.
Shekel?
Yeah.
Did you know Stacia already? Like,
Yeah.
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 Like she gets you, see?
I know. I was expecting her to be bright and early.
Yeah.
Am I okay to walk in front of that camera?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Excellent. I'll expand on the same clubs.
Good day, sir. How you doing?
Butcher service.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, see, the Prince Edward here, right? Yeah.
He was.
Yes.
That's Eddie.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, you do. We'll see. If not, whatever. We still got a good guy. If not, yeah, still got a good guy.
Oh, I'm sure you'll all right.
Yeah, thanks.
No, sorry. We have here our life things in our beach.
Just so you know, we usually split up the chairing duties, right?
Yes, that's what Jeff was telling me yesterday.
Yeah. Usually I start,
Okay,
so I would do the first block until the break. Until 10:15. Put Joel next to him. You wanna do it after the break?
sure.
Cause it's only introducing, myself and a deputy to do our reports,
Okay,
so it should be relatively easy,
okay.
yeah? I'll just put an E next to that. And then Stacia can do after lunch. And then I'll do after the next break. And then you can do the morning of day two, you think, tomorrow morning?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, hi, good to see you. Yeah. Hey, good evening. How are you doing?
Well, thanks, and you?
Yeah, good. Staying healthy and strong and,
Well, I'm trying the best
Trying.
I can, you know how. it
yeah,
is.
that's right.
Yeah. This is,
Yeah,
yeah, same. I know I think of everybody and, wonder how everybody's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, busy time anyway.
that's for sure.
I've been, I've been spending quite a bit of time with Tom Porter and, his family, because his wife's not doing well, so. And I've known them for 60 years, so it's like,
Oh,
yeah, so. It is, but I just remind myself all the time, well, there comes a time, all of us.
I never guaranteed another day.
Better be grateful if we see another day.
Yes, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard how they're doing up north with the fires? How are
Oh, man. The Fort governments, no, they're no good. They're not even warning communities when the fire is right there. People had to run to their boat in that one Collins First Nation.
That's with these people.
Well, they cut so much money from the budget. And so they can
Is it just you coming? Linda?
I don't know.
climate change is the
Oh,
best
yeah.
time to do it, right? Yeah.
Well, I don't know, maybe we need to be more aggressive.
I think
You
so.
know, I mean, we're pretty compassionate and stuff, but
You have to get people to get out and vote this guy out, because, you know, they weren't getting out there and voting, and so he's those guys guaranteed voters, but I think even he's got them mad enough now too.
well,
Anyway, but definitely have to hold their feet to the fire, like. I know I was criticizing him. All of. The green belt stuff he tried to do, just doesn't stop.
when it comes to those higher people, it's just like, I don't know. About that. Yeah, and then on the states, oh my God. I tell you, I keep thinking, how does anybody keep that guy here? So. All this chaos, how does one man do such a thing?
He's like a Canadian little Trump kind of thing. And he's only out for himself and the rich buddies, I guess, right? Enriching themselves.
Well, I guess they're the ones that back him up or whatever, but it's just terrible. And I know some of the nations down in the States are really. Everywhere,
Yeah.
all of First Nations.
Right.
Well, it's not just us though, but. Still, if we don't fight to keep the land and try, you know, there won't be nothing because it seems like the corporations and whatever, they don't seem to
They're
care
just trying to
about
rape
it.
and pillage the earth and for a bit of a profit and heck with everybody else kind of thing.
Well, we gotta try to hold a positive thought that somewhere along the line, the creator's gonna take care of this.
Yeah.
I believe that that's a lot to do. I think fire is gonna happen. Yeah, because when you have the thunders start the fire.
Yeah.
You know, there's more to it than.
So if I mess up, it's not my fault. It's my nerves.
Just like fleas on the back of a dog. Let's get mad. Shakes off. Yeah.
Must be getting close. to
Yeah.
time. Okay, well, it's great seeing you.
You too. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah. You want me to get everyone to kind of start out there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're on their way.
All right, folks, we're gonna get started in a couple of minutes here, with the grand entry. So just, give us a couple of minutes to organize ourselves up front here. And then I'll ask everyone to grab their flags and to organize themselves in, of the hall and we'll come on. Right now. We just arbitrarily kind of split up the agenda.
Did you do this? Oh, or
Myself first, then Evelyn, 'cause she just has the results, right?
yeah,
And then you for the after lunch. Then me for the afternoon, then her in the morning.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I think here, I just handed over to Dean.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Nice skirt. I like the fabric. I made it. I was gonna say, did you make it? Oh my God, for you. So I don't make any of my stuff.
And this was the one and done.
Yeah,
So it'd be like 18 hours.
that's significant. Any morning. Good. Oh, I like good Jesus say start. Okay. Holy, so coordinated, even her jacket. I know. Love it. It's always just so nicely. Is she?
All right, good morning.
Yeah,
everyone. I think we're
yep.
just about ready to get
Okay.
going here. So if I
Oh.
could ask,
That's a big
everyone
question.
to, move on to the hall and either chiefs or
I don't see.
proxies to grab your community flags as well. They'll bring them all in together with the, Eagle staff.
Those are your phones. Guys. Thanks. I don't see Chief Miracle.
Did we get to carry?
Yeah, maybe if you wanted to carry it. I didn't see Chief Miracle. No, I haven't seen you.
Waiting for him to sign.
Okay. I mean, unless any member of council wants to carry it, it doesn't matter. Sure, they'd be happy. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
There's anybody that wants that headphones with computing? Oh. Thank you, Little Creek Singers. You can post Eagle staff and the flags and you can have a seat. We're gonna have another song by David Miracle. Bear with me, where's what? It doesn't matter.
Prego, se lo puedo. Déjame the operator also do that. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. I've asked the boys, thank you boys, by the way. Awesome. I've asked the boys to stay on the drum. I'm gonna do a song honoring the elders. It's called Walking with the Elders. I'll go.
All right, I want to go to our singers. Little Creek Singers and also to David for giving us their gift of music. I won't go. All right, I'm going to ask our elders to come on up. Betty and Olive, Betty Miracle and Olive Elm, you make your way to the front and each give us a help to get start us off in a good way. So.
Then to come to the podium.
Dan gue ya kalau ada pada sama dengan dalam kali buat ya dalam kayak kau misal ada ini kali kali yang dah konen hagen hotu go kayak kasih cuy. Good morning, everybody. It is time to start this gathering, and I have been given the responsibility to open this meeting.
Yeah.
Lord, but they loved it. But I'm here, Lord, who got your fucking good about it. You get that going, Miss Lord. We give thanks for all the people that are able to be gathered here today. So each in Lord, and you can know how to say, okay, oh, yeah, I don't need to, but you're going to go about it, and he's going to go about it, all each other, and then so by it. So we give thanks to Mother Earth, that she still has the same mindset that the Creator gave her when He created the earth. She still gives us life. Kalititin nila daw na nauhit na what ko kan mo jin kun kahit ko ko ne kas mo do ne but no ne jawa no sino do jare ne supaya iso nala ne jo mo do ne bahit ko. Give thanks for strawberries, the leader of all fruits. And they say it's a leader because it came directly from the Creator's lane. Kalititin nila daw ne mo yung ko ne just only ne to you do ne what's that. You want to go kan walk down some kalimadang ne kan yun no sa pagkalutin kung loro isa ko ni kung ngayon din sa lung tiyaga din sa wala isa sa kung wado ito ako kan kaliman walk down sa kaliman. We give thanks to all the medicines. They still have the same mindset that Peter gave them when he created the earth. We can still go and pick when illness comes. Kalagitsin nila doon and hoy ko net was saying what the God kan pinangatit yung what the whole looks at naging ko na but ay 21 na kanan sa bayat iso natin yung what the whole looks at na sa bayat then I lega the leader ko chito na target and what the whole chito na nila doon. We give thanks to all sacred tobacco. It is as what we use when we talk of the Creator. And we can go and pick that whenever we need asking for anything, this is what we use. Sacred tobacco. For this we give thanks each and every day. Kalitin hela don't answer and so what that name what go upon the nature to know the best and then one of that. We give thanks to all the trees, the maple, the leader of all. Kalitin hela don't and put your song is only there when you didn't go Lord. But that one day, I'm going to not what you want to do. Then to support the Poland, so much of that and support each other. Then to name your chicken, of the mother. Then it considered for the hill. We give thanks to all the animals. That they too still have the same mindset that the Creator gave them, that they will sacrifice themselves when food is needed. And for this one, we must give thanks each and every day. Igual como cuando ne chino kane kuano se kala kane gasa ne kane ne chicken brana hata get to chicken hata again. We give thanks to all the waters, the big waters and the little waters. Without water, nothing would survive. Kano regale wakasyon kong eni kalong ito. Dia tinilaro ne nagisto kwalo ne titio dia tasonya di kalong yade kan pinyo tayo kalong. Lodo ne kas lo di kona taso di unislade ke wal ko yung kan ke nante kan dia nak chiko no ni unislade. Ne do chiko dia tasonya di kalong yade. Here we go towards the heavens. We give thanks to all the stars that brighten the heavens and beautify the heavens when darkness comes. At one time, the elders tell us that we knew what every star meant, but today we just know that they beautify the heavens. Kaldit von helado, ekinelado, and yuki sot wasn't it a cup of meat alone in it, or there was potato, considered the over, never considered on the hill. We give thanks to Grandmother Moon that she still shines so brightly when darkness comes, and because we give thanks. Kaldit von helado, and it was wasn't what a cup of needle, and then she told me was potato, but what won't they nigger to let the better hello. We give thanks to the sun that he shines so brightly when daylight comes, and for this we give thanks. Kaldit in helado, and that is kind days and messages. Only later years, we saw one color and salon that they ain't so boy at this song. The Hunja from the Asses and America, Hunja, they negative could cheat about a little. We give thanks to thunderers that they too still have the same mindset that the Creator gave them when He created the earth. They still go back and forth, renewing the earth when the warm breezes come. And for this we give thanks. Traditionelado in Kayeni Weda. Negi tut ko tornat that is that you put on this today. You can go la days that I want to make Koyata. Kayo Kia, which you name what you want to have it now, not there. I'm really hitting what the whole looks at the way near cheap. Got to go here with you. What's the name of anybody on the hill? We give thanks to the four beings that they hover above our heads each and every day, keeping us safe from all harm and giving us a good mind that whenever we make a decision, we will make it with a good mind and a good heart. And for this we give thanks. Credit one helado means Canadalio de low houses of Bahamas, they're not so what the halabos. Negative nature 22 not in who want to go as you put on the helado. We give thanks handsomely, as He is the one that put us back on the right path when we began to lose our ways. For this we give thanks. No, I said, oh, you know, to do which I didn't so boy at this. Roto Nailar at the one is like a tiago, but Loena down to nothing named by the can has taken on us what come lar to you Hunjade Hunchipa. Negative, negative could you to me or pocket and who want to go on it to Roto Nailar to have this so what a love, but it's a way. Nothing young by the big house. Negative, but she to learn to have it and who want to go. We get back to the Creator. We give Him thanks each and every day for everything that He provides for the people that He created to walk upon this earth that He created. And that is how our minds should be at all times, giving thanks each and every day. Amen.
Now go up. Gajija say yes, Guari, and I'm here in Tyndonega, the land of the peacemaker. And I'm Gajija say, and I'm there. And my English name is very difficult. And I'm really grateful to be here today, and especially to see a lot of familiar faces. I sure have missed you, and I think about each and every one of you. And you know, I'm so grateful for the work that you are doing. But right now, I have a very heavy heart, and I'm thinking about, you know, our brothers and sisters in the north and what they're going through, and the animals. I'm thinking about the animals. You know, I've seen on Facebook the deer, you know, running, trying to get away from the fires, and it's just so heavy. And you know, I'm just so grateful for my life and for being here. And, you know, for, especially to use for all the hard work that you do and the challenges that are ahead of you. And I wanted to acknowledge the drum, you know, the voice, to remind us of the voice of our mother and, to enjoy the life. And also I want to acknowledge our fire keeper, Greg, you know, for having the fire this morning. And also I want to acknowledge, David for that beautiful song that hit me very hard. You know, we have so much to be grateful for, and sometimes we forget. And you know, I ask Sunwayati so to forgive me for anything that I may do to harm this beautiful creation. And so I often said, you know, it's human beings that need to change their direction and, you know, be grateful for what we have. And the animals, the trees, the water, the plant life, the food, everything is doing exactly what it was created and put here to do. And for us human beings to enjoy it and take care of it, we have a responsibility, you know, to the creator and creation. We don't just come here to just enjoy the beauty, but we have the responsibility to take care of it. So those generations behind us will be able to enjoy what we are enjoying. So again, I want to acknowledge, you know, all creation and Yamagoa for that beautiful opening prayer. And, you know, and I'm so grateful too for you being here in the land of the peacemaker. You know, we had a recital, the Peacemakers recital last summer. And it was the first time, can you imagine, the first time in 100 years that we actually celebrated, you know, the gifts and the message that he brought. So, you know, it was so powerful. And so, you know, again, we can't give thanks enough for everything that we've been given, even the pain, those challenges in life. It only makes us closer to the Creator if we allow it. And I always say, and I share with our students, you know, remember there's two sides to everything. And when, you know, you're going through a challenge, there's a positive side in it. And we need to look for that as well. And I think about that, you know, with these fires that's happened. And I think, why? Why is this happening? And so I think, and I believe in my heart, it's a wake-up call to all of us. So again, I just want to acknowledge everyone, you know, for the invite. And I'm so honored and humbled by being able to share on behalf of our people and creation. So now go on, everyone. Have a great meeting. I'm excited to find out and to hear what everyone has to share. So now again.
You all go ahead and wish to our elders there for beautiful opening and also for the songs that we had opening us up as well. So And so, in Ganyang Gahaga territory, Sego, Saguli, Anin, Kulamalsi, to everyone here today. The ones that get new gets, Uta Leoni, never get the loader on the AGA, the Mogaho Joda. Kulit Bogatsu Niji Sabu, on this day. My Oneida name is Dewas Legate. From my Oneida, Wolf clan from Oneida Nation. And I also said I'm very happy to see all your faces here today. And as we start this assembly again, our 57th annual General Assembly, it's my 9th one. And our theme is leading with purpose, our nation's collective strength. And even has the Mohawk translation here. Yungwaya Tansarawanen, there was such the non in Scotland, Yungwaya Dutch. And so that's just a translation. But anyway, to get things started, we're a little bit behind. We'll try to catch us up. And I'd just like to introduce our co-chairs today. My name is Grand Chief Joel Abram, and here's our Deputy Grand Chief Stacia Loft right from here, the NBQ. And also from here is our youth co-chair and also part of our youth council, Evelyn Shakel. And she'll be taking over. So, all right, so in doing so, I'd also like to recognize our youth, are leading the way. I remember our first youth council was my first term as Grand Chief, and now one of those youth is now chairing the AFN Youth Council. Hannah from Batchawana is doing this. We're very proud there, so I'd like to recognize that. And I do believe we're still the only PTO that empowers our youth by giving the vote at and so they empower them to select and have that hand in selecting their own leadership as well, the executive. So I don't think the others have to do that as of yet. Okay, so we'll get to some housekeeping stuff, but first we need to call the order. So I'm going to need a motion to bring this meeting to an order. Is I see Chief McCoy there from Batchawana and Lori Strike Fenton. I keep forgetting.
What the?
Water Mohawks. Seconding. Okay, is there any opposed? Please, somebody. Just kidding. All right, no one opposed, no abstentions. Okay, so that motion is carried. Thank you. All right, did you get that recorded? We did. Okay. Oh, Cheyenne got it. All right, sorry. Okay, so thank you for that. And I'd like to welcome up to the mic Chief Ardon Miracle from to give a welcoming address.
Why can't it go the other way? There's no room. There's no room to pass in it. There's no room. There's no room to pass on that side.
Tego sa Bacueno. Yonyans Adaro Serio Ronata Yoni. Greetings to everybody. Tekanue Rados Niso Cuego. I bring greetings to everybody, and first of all, I acknowledge the Creator for this beautiful day that He's given us. And while it's raining, we were always taught that the Creator sends His love down in the form of rain to bless us. I acknowledge all the gifts that the Creator has provided for us, and I acknowledge the spirit of our ancestors who are always watching over us and helping us in all the work that we do for our people. Because like each one of us, we all want what's good for our people. And the Creator does too. And so we always have to remember to be thankful. Because there was a time when our people stopped being thankful, the Creator punished us. And there were famines, there was hardship. Because people began to mistreat each other, there was jealousies, and they didn't work together. So today I welcome you to the beautiful Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. I welcome our elders, Elder Olive and Elder Betty here today, and other elders from your communities. Also give a hearty, warm welcome to my friend for a long time and colleague, the Grand Chief Joel Abram, and to one of our community members and friend of Grand Chief Stacia Law, to the chiefs and counselors from the various communities, to the AIAI staff, to all of the staff of our First Nations who have gathered here and who work so hard with us to accomplish good things for our people. This is a very special place, this community. It is the birthplace of Daganawida, the peacemaker. And Daganawida was a spiritual, you might call him a prophet, but he united warring factions into a powerful confederacy. Several nations who had been enemies became friends and worked together. The Ganyokihaga, the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, and the Seneca formed a confederacy. French called it the Iroquois, we called it the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the English called it the Five Nations Confederacy. When the Tuscarora joined in 1622, it became the Six Nations Confederacy. It became a powerful and influential instrument in its work with mostly the English settlers who came and governors. And we are honored that this traditional territory is the host also for the 57th Annual General Assembly, and look forward to hearing and learning from each our other AIA member nations, Batchewana, Caldwell, Delaware, Hiawatha, Mississaugas of the Credit, Oneida, or the Thames and Wata Mohawks. And Daganawida, I mentioned him, he had a philosophy. And it said, our strength shall be in union. Our way, the way of reason, righteousness, and peace. Having peaceful relations was always the cornerstone of a good relationship. And so we need to remember that when we're divided, that our strength is not in division, our strength is in union. This year, the theme for the Assembly is Leading with Purpose, Our Nation's Collective Strength. And that collective strength is derived when we are unified. This is something that our nations have known for centuries. Historically, we had much conflict among ourselves during the 1600s over the Beaver Wars, at a time which our people saw disease and death tolls in astronomical rates. At least 90% of the First Nations people died during that time because of disease. Foreign powers came to our land to take over our land, to fight each other, to accumulate wealth in the fur trade. They made allies with other Indian nations, and oftentimes it caused our people to fight each other over corporate wealth from the fur trade. There were Iroquois settlements on the north shore of Lake Ontario. Here, it was called Kahaneas or Ginti. And there were Oneida people in what is now Oneida at Napanee. At Port Hope, the Cayuga people were there, and the Seneca were at Niagara. And our people, the Mohawks, were at Kataroko, which is now called Cataraqui. They lived in peace. However, in June and July of 1687, the King of France decided that the Iroquois people needed to be humbled. And so without provocation, without warning, early in the morning, those villages were attacked by the French, 2,000 French soldiers, aided by the Hurons and Algonquin Nation. This angered the Mohawk people in particular and the Confederacy. And it resulted in 1689 in an attack on Lachine, a counterattack called the Lachine Massacre of 1689. There were troubled times, and so the French king and French governor decided a different policy was needed, and it was one of conciliation and not warfare. They gathered the chiefs together in Niagara in 1701, and it brought about a peace treaty called the Treaty of Grand Pays, the dish with one spoon, or the English called it the Great Peace Treaty, where instead of fighting over the land and traditional resources, they decided it would be better if they were unified and they shared. And so that is still recognized by the Crown in many of our nations today, the dish with one spoon. The Iroquois were never humbled. They never really quit fighting for what was right and what was theirs. And it brought other battles. Because again, our people had been attacked without provocation from the time of Champlain. And so that resolve finally manifested itself in 1759 at Niagara, where William Johnson and Haudenosaunee warriors, a lot of them Mohawk, defeated the French on July the 8th, 1759, ending French imperialistic ambitions here in North America. In 1677, our ancestors decided to enter into the covenant chain with the English, where we would have peace and friendship and trade, but now we would have military alliance. And they also accepted the King of England as their sovereign for mutual protection. The English wanted our military aid to protect the 13 colonies, and the Haudenosaunee people wanted protection of their hunting grounds for the fur trade. Many treaties had been entered into like that, beginning in the earliest of times with the two-row wampum, the Silver Covenant Chain, and many pre-Confederation treaties since then. In every battle that the Crown was involved with, from that time from 1677 onward to the present day, our ancestors always fought in the wars on behalf of the King of England and the Crown. Never did the Crown have such a faithful ally as they did have in our ancestors and your ancestors. In the World War I and World War II, 104 served in the military with distinction. Into World War II, 213 served with distinction. Many of them were killed. And today there's a special place in our community that honors their service. And Queen Elizabeth in 2004 designated Christchurch, where the war plaques are, as a chapel royal, and Canada had previously designated as a National Historic Site. Because it's a place that marks our contributions at pivotal times in Canada's in the history of this country. So this is a place of honor for people who served, preserved the peace and freedom that we all say we now enjoy. And our hearts should be ever grateful for their sacrifice, and we should honor that place that honors that history. Today, like our ancestors, they had many challenges, and many challenges still will come in the relationship with the Crown, such as we have today. However, our people have always had determination and resilience, and never gave up fighting. We always believed that our strength was in union. We always believed that better relations would come when we had practiced peace and had right dealings with each other. Today, the Mohawks of the Bay are a progressive and vibrant nation. We have currently 12,000 members and 2,200 living on the reserve, and 3,000 or so living in close periphery of the reserve because there's a lack of housing. The Mohawks of the Bay employ 402 employees in many departments: housing, IT, economic development, community infrastructure, health and social services, land claims, restorative justice, family and child welfare, to name a few, healthcare. MBQ offers safe, affordable, energy efficient housing through 210 community owned housing rentals, and provides 369 mortgages through a revolving fund and loan guarantees with the Bank of Montreal, which are performing in RBC, which are performing well. MBQ has also completed major infrastructure projects, the completion of our own water treatment plant, state-of-the-art fire hall, primary and a long-term care facility, which was opened on June 23rd. We also have completed the construction of AGA Zoom Link, where they take care of them, which is the 128-bed long-term care facility. We welcomed the first resident there on July 14th this year. And our fight for long-term care goes a long way back when Joel, Abram, and I were fighting for long-term care many years ago. Kaneohe is also the home for the First Nations Technical Institute. One of the first technical institutes was formed 40 years ago. Founded in 1985, it's an Indigenous governed post-secondary provides post-secondary opportunity for First Nation students from 189 First Nations. Students achieve a 93.6 graduation rate in certificates, diplomas, and degree programs ranging from midwifery and personal support workers to RPNs and other social workers and other professions. And so we are proud of our community today. And today there's many things that we know that our relationship with the Crown has always been an issue. The First Minister's meeting that's coming up in October. There has to be an agenda set for that meeting. What will be talked about, who's going to speak. Many of the chiefs said they don't want it to be just about programs and services, more broadly, a relationship issue. We know that the relationship between our people and the Crown has not always been good. It's been one of abuse and exploitation, unfair dealings, land frauds. And while the spirit of reconciliation was alive a few years ago, it seems to be diminished to a lower place on the government agenda. Today, they are talking about one Canadian economy and where we fit into that. The National Chief said there's $600 billion worth of projects that are going to affect First Nations land. Plans are being made without her talking to us first. That is not how you achieve reconciliation. We need to be in when the idea first comes to light with corporations, others who want to have access to our traditional territory. And we need to fix that in our relationship and how we relate to each other. It's not at the tail end, it's at the beginning. We know that many of the chiefs have raised the issues of the lack of safe housing, the lack of safe drinking water, too many children being taken into care because of the lack of things that our community needs to look after them. The relationship that we had with the Crown historically, we always did our part and honored our part, but it has evolved into one where we are dependent on transfers from the Crown. So they made us dependent because they took over the land and resources that generate the wealth of this country. And so all we're fighting for is our fair share of that. And so to me, I think if the government says, here's billions of dollars, I would say, thank you, we need more. I wouldn't say we don't want to talk about programs and services. We know that our community has these needs. They know they expect the leadership to get those resources. But the fundamental relationship is that there has to be one relationship. And our ancestors always said, with the covenant chain, when tarnish comes on that chain, we need to meet more often and polish that chain so there's no tarnish in the relationship with the Crown. And there are many resolved issues that tarnish that relationship that need resolution. And so the government needs to commit to regular meetings with leadership. So these historical problems that have been prevailed for far too long we work toward resolution of them. That way we can make a brighter future for our elders, for our families, and especially for our young people. And we all want all of our young people to have a bright and successful future and a healthy future and a healthy community, one that's prosperous and one that's united, where we restore the values of our ancestors, where people love their neighbors and have respect for each other. And so our strength shall be in union, and we follow the original instructions that the Creator gave us so long ago. To be kind, to love each other, and be thankful. The Creator will continue to bless us. Yamagoa.
All right, now I'm going. You said pretty much everything, so I'm just gonna sit back now. Just kidding. But I'd like to welcome everyone here as well. Thanks to Tanzania for hosting and welcoming us into their community. It's always great to be here. And I think just kind of building off of what the chief was saying there is going back to our theme is leading with purpose in our nation's collective strength. And again, going back to that collectivity and that union in leading that way. And we live in a very complicated society now, in terms of, reconciliation, truth and reconciliation, and accepting that truth before reconciliation. We have a very divided society, I think, in a general population even. The divide between left and right is wider than it ever has been. And so, we have to figure out where we fit within that realm. But so going back, we're, if you come backwards 57 years, it takes us back to 1969 and the white paper. And that was the foundation of where AI was founded from. And if you think about, if you don't know about the white paper, that was, John Chrétien was that was under Pierre Trudeau's government. John Chrétien was a Minister of Indian Affairs. And there's this guy that did a report, a Hawthorne report. And it actually suggested, that there needs to be, attention paid to First Nations. But they perverted that report. It didn't say to do what they did. And so they want to do it. So their policy in that white paper became extinguishment of First Nations inherent treaty rights and just make us Canadian. And of course, we're like not up in here, right? So we got together, and that's how AIA was formed to battle that. And then there came other things like the red paper and other things about the constitutional talks and Section 35 and all those things came forward after that. So, there's a lot of history of our, maybe some of us here are present for a lot of those things. I don't think I was. He was. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I remember when we were fighting for the HST stuff, and I think Chief Miracle and myself can take some credit for that. We basically threatened the government because they were saying the federal government, we've got the province on side, and then the feds were like, no, they kept on throwing out these technical roadblocks, and our PhDs are fighting with their PhDs, but it turned out our PhDs were taught their PhDs. And so it became evident after a while, several meetings, that they weren't going to give us the exemption at point of sale. And so, we finally stood up, and I said, I'm going to have to go back home and say that we failed, that we couldn't get this because it's plain to see that the federal government doesn't want us to have this. And I don't know what's going to happen. And Chief Miracle stood up and says, we're actually, we're the reasonable ones here. We may sound unreasonable, but we're the reasonable ones. Because when our people find out what you guys did, they're going to take it to the streets. And it turned out that year, the G20 was coming to Canada. And so they're afraid that we're going to blockade everything and make Canada look bad. That's right. And so after that, they left the room. They came back in, and then the very next Monday, they said they could do the deal, and it worked out. We got that exemption. It turned out the G20 was still kind of a shit show, but that wasn't our fault. It was other people that was raising heck that time. But I remember sitting in that boardroom at the AFN in Ottawa, where it used to be, and there was a lot of leaders in that room, and they were looking at the thing on the wall. It was about 1982 and the constitutional time, and they were talking to each other about those times. And I remember the chief at Six Nations, Bill Montour, he said, "Oh, I remember I used to listen. I was ironworking and all those kind of things." And other people said, "Oh, I remember I was at those talks and I didn't say anything. I was just listening to them, and they each had their history about what was going on at that time." And they looked at me and they said, "What were you doing?" And I said, "I might have been in grade 5." And they're like, "Are you calling us old?" I said, "No, you guys experienced, you've been through it. Just experienced that." So there's a lot of leadership that went on, before my time even, and to get us to kind of where we are today. But going back to, the AI, rights, it's always been about rights protection. We don't have the mandate to represent you. I've never ever said that. I never represent any of our member communities, but I do advocate on your behalf to protect what's already there. And the other mandate that we have is to enhance, the day-to-day stuff that our people go through, whether it's housing, whether it's food insecurity, whether it's child welfare, which is what I've been working a lot on in the past few years. You know, those are things that are important to our nations and to make those incremental changes. Just recently, we had our Ontario final agreement, which was involved with an $8.5 billion agreement on child welfare. And the important part about that, though, is when the CHRT approved it, they said two things that were pretty important. They said when it comes to child welfare, and you can extrapolate this to other areas, not just child welfare, First Nations should be in a driver's seat. And to me, that is, they should be in control of the resources and how those resources are out there. And the other important thing they said is that there must be substantive equality, which means that we have to be up at the same levels as mainstream society. And that doesn't mean receiving equal amounts. Substantive equality is based on equality of outcomes. And so that means you have to get more at the start and more through it. So in order to play that catch-up game, and we've been underfunded for so long, it's going to take us quite a bit more. So we got one area under that, you know, child welfare and working. And so there's other areas that we have to apply that to as well, whether it's health, whether it's education, whether it's housing. So when the government doesn't want to come to the table, when advocacy fails, there are legal avenues that we may have to go to, whether it's class action or human rights challenges. So those are ways I think that we're going to advance our priorities in a lot of ways. And one important thing I remember from a few years ago, we met with an attorney general. His name was David Lametti at the time, and I remember I had a few minutes just to kind of chat home with him, and so that was around a time when the Pope was around, and everyone's like repudiate the doctrine of discovery because the doctrine of discovery underlines everything, all their legislation, you know, Section 9124. You know, the federal government has a sole responsibility to legislate on behalf of Indians and lands reserved for Indians. You know, replace Indians with Asian or Jewish and see if that would fly. I don't think it would. And so that's that doctrine of discovery underlines that. It was responsible for residential schools, Indian Act, all those things that affect us today. And so it's really intertwined with everything from their ATR policies to their human rights policy to specific claims and all these things. And so I was talking to him about that, and I said, how do we undo that? And he was actually a law professor, and he says, you know, I know it's BS, but what can I do in the little time that I have? And I remember thinking, you're the guy responsible for all the laws and legislation of the country. So that says to me, we can't wait for the federal government to become less reliant on racism from the 1400s, which is what the doctrine of discovery was. This came from old people, bulls, interest of terra nullius, things like that. So we have to take the helm and assert ourselves where we can, do it in a smart way. You know, Batch 1 has done it with their fishery, with their forestry. Oneida's done it with their lands holdings. Every nation has done that in some respect. And I think that's the kind of thing we have to continue to support our member nations in doing is, you know, self-determination and asserting that self-determination. And at the same time, holding the government to account and, you know, making sure that we get what he said is, you know, our fair share. Okay, so I'll just leave it there. But I'm really looking forward to the conversations over the next little while. And I think I'm going to turn it over to, I think Ira's going to do some of the housekeeping.
Thank you, Grand Chief. So I'll make this real quick, and by popular demand, I will not do a dad joke though.
It's gonna happen.
Okay,
You're
okay.
gonna walk into.
I asked Joel to sing with me, but he wouldn't do it because he was busy with resolutions, so I had to get a duet yourself kit. Okay. I'm probably gonna need a job after this too, so. All right, so a few quick housekeeping tips for questions and comments. We're gonna have to do this AFN style because we do not have wireless mics this time around. So if you do have a question, please make yourself to the floor mic. And then for multiple questions, please stand behind the other one. And then that way the person presenting or the Grand Chief will be able to recognize it and be able to turn on the mic so that we'll be able to hear your question and comment. When it comes to microphone technique, there's a technique known in radio called eating the mic. That's keeping about 1 fist length away from the mic. So that way you're not distorted and you can be heard clearly, and that way you won't get any feedback. So try to get as close as you comfortably can to the mic when you speak and try to project it. Please try not to handle the mic too much because the wires are very sensitive. And again, it will cause massive feedback, and we do value our hearing. When it comes to voting, please, we do have runners. We do have those ready to be able to go. So the voting delegates are in red. They are recognized by the runners. When it comes, if there's a time when we do have to vote, hold your hand up, yay, nay, abstain, and wait until it is announced that your vote has been counted. Then you can lower your hand. And again, those only with the red lanyards are the ones able to vote. For those voting online, I do know we have some voting delegates online. When it comes time, as you can see behind me, we do have the Zoom link up there. So we will turn on the chat and we'll turn on the participants, and then raise your hand by hitting the raise hand option on your Zoom. The little yellow hand will raise up, and then you hold that up until your vote is counted, and then it will be lowered. And then that way we will be able to record about your name and what you voted for. The chat function, again, put your, if you have something to say, if you have a question on there, please write either your question on there. If you do not want to come online, we can read it out for you, and we can read it out, and we will signal the speaker or Grand Chief or Deputy Grand Chief or our MC, Youth MC, tell them know that there is a question or comment online, and then we'll either read it out for you, or if you're willing to go on camera and be able to speak it through your connection, we'll signal you when you can do so, and then that way we'll be able to hear it through our speakers here inside the community. I do believe that's it for me. I will throw it over to Grand Chief to speak about the resolution and the caucus room locations. Thank you very much.
Okay, resolutions, there are several resolutions as well. There's a resolution table here. And if there's any late resolutions, I believe they'll be able to help you to get those. Yeah, I think that's all we got to say about that. We'll just go over those when the proper sector comes. And caucus room locations is wherever you want to be, like maybe you choose a corner of this room. And I believe there's also downstairs areas that you can use also for caucus rooms. So I'm going to go over the agenda, the remainder of the agenda. Again, we have some procedural items we'll get to in a second about review and adoption of the agenda, review and approval of the minutes, some confirmations, resolutions committee, Chiefs Council, that'll be deferred until after tomorrow when the election happens, election process. And then we also have to confirm the AGA location for next year, which would be Mississauga's of the credit. And also we have the audit to go through after the very Grand Chief political report, Deputy Grand Chief political report. And then after lunch, we have a candidates forum, the Grand Chief candidates, Larry and myself, Deputy Grand Chief candidate Stasia. She will be acclaimed this year. Nobody wanted that smoke. Just kidding. All right. Also, we have an elder reflection at the end of the day. And then at 3 p.m. will be the caucus sessions where you'll have an opportunity to talk to the candidates before you make your selections tomorrow. On Wednesday, there'll be a call to order, opening song, recap for the first day, and then we'll do the selection process. And then after the break, there will be an acceptance ceremony, an honor song, elder speech, Grand Chief speech, Deputy Grand Chief speech. And then we'll do the motion on the AI Chiefs Council for the next year. At 11 a.m., we'll have Linda Commandant here to talk about the OFNLP, which is the OLG stuff. Then we'll do scholarships, before lunch. The Lois Cornelius Education Scholarship, AIA Language Scholarship, Health Scholarship, a couple of those, and then also a social scholarship. Honor song and some photographs. In the afternoon, we'll have Gord here, Gord Peters, for a Sovereign Wealth Fund, report and confirmation of representative and youth council report as well. In the afternoon, we'll go over our strategic plan, health and wellness report, basically health social advisory board stuff. Then social, a lot of stuff there. And then at the end of the day, with the youth reflection. And Thursday should be relatively quick. We have government relations and lawmaking, housing, lands and infrastructure, education, resolutions, and then language, and then closing remarks, and then out by lunch, which we'll hopefully you'll have before that you have to go. So, all right. I'd also like to note we're missing Chief Franks here. I don't know if I'm too at liberty to say, but he had some health issues that he's dealing with back home. So we wish him the best and speedy recovery. Hopefully, you can send a message back to him on our behalf that he will be missed too. All right. Right now, I guess I would be looking for a motion to either accept the agenda or if there's any additional items that you'd like to see on this. Well, one thing I should know is the Ontario Regional Chief will be attending at some point. We're not sure if it's today or if it will be tomorrow or Thursday. We haven't received confirmation because he's also apparently dealing with some of these wildfires that are happening up north as well, and maybe attending the Thunder Day for something there as well. Okay, so if there's no discussion on the agenda, I would be looking for a motion to accept.
To adopt the agenda.
Chief Miracle moves, NCQ, seconder.
Audrey.
Audrey Logan from El Napawi Lakuit. Seconds? Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none, motion is carried. Thank you. All right, so I'll ask Jeff to come up here to just kind of review the 2025 AGA minutes.
Bring it down a little one. The additions a one half. So my name is Jeff Stonefish. I'm the Director of Operations for AIA, and it's good to see everyone here. The name I just used, one half Nilano. It is my name. I carried a Potawatomi name for most of my life. Just recently had it translated by an elder in my community. And it's actually the first time I'm using it publicly. So I'm really proud of that. Really happy to have that translated into the Lenape. With that, I want to go through the 2025 minutes. These are from our last AGA. Not sure what tab they are, tab 2.
Tab 3.
Tab 3. I'll just go through the motions. Motion number 1, moved by Chief Todd Cornelius, seconded by Chief Mark McCoy, to open the 56th Annual General Assembly. Motion is carried. Motion number 2, moved by Chief R. Donald Miracle, seconded by Councillor Katie Wilson, to adopt the agenda as presented. This is carried. Motion number 3, moved by Councillor Larry Salt, seconded by Councillor Lori Strength Benton, to accept the 2024 Annual General Assembly minutes that presented. Motion carried. Motion number 4, moved by Chief Nicky Van Oorschot, seconded by Chief R. Don Miracle, to accept Kyla Stonefish, Tila Najuan, Sarah Montour, and Sydney Miracle as the 2025 Resolutions Committee. Motion carried. Motion number 5, moved by Councillor Lori Strength Benton, seconded by Councillor Curtis Brandt, to accept the Chiefs Council 2025-26. Motion carried. Motion number 6, moved by Councillor Leslie Snake, seconded by Chief Philip Frank, to accept the 2026 AGA location behind an AGA. Motion carried. Motion number 7, moved by Councillor Larry Salt, seconded by Councillor Randy DeGraw, to accept the audit report as presented. Motion carried. Motion number 8, moved by Chief Ardon Miracle, seconded by Chief Nikki Van Oorschot, to appoint MNP as the auditors for the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians for the 2025-26 fiscal year. Motion carried. Motion number 9, moved by Councillor Lori Strength Benton, seconded by Chief Ardon Miracle, to accept the OPNLP 2008 report. Motion carried. Motion number 10, moved by Chief Ardon Miracle, seconded by Councillor Lori Strength Benton, to accept the confirmation of Board Representative Linda Commandant. Motion carried. Motion number 11, moved by Chief Nikki Van Oorschot, seconded by Councillor Curtis Brandt, to accept the Sovereign Wealth Fund report. Motion carried. Motion number 12, moved by Councillor Leah Stock, seconded by Councillor Jody Noah, to accept the confirmation of Board Representative Gordon Peters. Motion carried. Motion number 13, moved by Councillor Lori Strength Benton, seconded by Councillor Leah Stock, to accept the Grand Chief report as presented. Motion number 14, moved by Councillor Ian Duckworth, seconded by Chief Todd Cornelius, to accept the Deputy Grand Chief report as presented. Motion carried. Motion number 15, moved by Chief Justin Logan, seconded by Councillor Ian Duckworth, to accept the AI youth report as presented. Motion carried. Motion number 16, moved by Chief Justin Logan, seconded by Chief Mark McCoy, to accept the education presentation as presented. Motion carried. Motion number 17, moved by Councillor Leah Stock, seconded by Councillor Leslie Snake, to accept the language presentation as presented. Motion carried. Motion number 18, moved by Proxy Larry Salt, seconded by Councillor Chase Agawa Grant, to accept the health and wellness report. Motion carried. Motion number 19, moved by Chief Ardon Miracle, seconded by Councillor Ian Duckworth, to accept the social development report. Motion carried. Motion number 20, moved by Proxy Larry Salt, seconded by Chief Ardon Miracle, to accept the government relations and lawmaking presentation. Motion carried. Motion number 21, moved by Chief Todd Cornelius, seconded by Councillor Ian Duckworth, to oppose the 56th Annual General Assembly. Motion carried. Are there any questions on the 2025 bill?
Okay, I see no, oh. Okay. All right, thank you. Nope. All right, nope. All right, there we go. All right, see, there's no questions on that. Is there any one willing to make a motion to accept the minutes? Lori Strength Fenton, Councillor, seconded by Chief Miracle. Is there any opposed? Any abstentions? I don't see any, so that motion is carried by consensus. Thank you. All right, now it's time for the audit. We got, well, I guess we can do that for a break, eh? We'll get Akash, call Akash up here for to do the audit presentation.
So good morning again.
One more thing, sorry. I forgot to move the AGA location, which will be in Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Before we get Akash up here, can I get a motion to accept that? Chief McCoy at the back moves, seconder, and Councillor Cornelius from Oneida. All right, any opposed to that? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none, motion is carried. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Jeff, sorry.
Good morning again. I'd like to, I guess, just say a few words before we get into the audit presentation. I just want to acknowledge all the work that's gone into this audit. We do have a very good finance department within AIAI, but it's only a department of one. So I want to acknowledge our finance manager, Candice, for all of her hard work and all of the extra hours that she puts in every year to ensure that we have a good audit. So we also had the audit presented by MNP last night for the Chiefs Council. So the Chiefs Council did have an opportunity to review the audit and ask questions about the audit. So they did accept the audit. So the audit has been accepted by Chiefs Council. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Akash from MNP, who will present the audit.
Thank you, Jeff. Hi, everyone. My name is Akash Arya. I'm a partner at MNP. So I've been with MNP for approximately 16 years, and I've been directly working with the organization for over 10 years. My predominant area of focus is working with Indigenous organizations, and this includes First Nations, not-for-profits, trusts, government business enterprises. And more recently, I've also started to explore working with municipalities as well. Before I start, I just wanted to thank Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte and Chief Miracle for having me here today. And then I also wanted to thank everyone for having MNP as your auditor for 2026. And I just wanted to relay again that we're very appreciative of all the work that Jeff and Candice have put in getting the audit to do. So I'm going to go through an agenda which includes management's responsibility, Chief Council's responsibility, our responsibility as auditors, the audit opinion, and then we'll go through the financial results. So for management responsibility, for the financial statements, they're presented and prepared in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. Management's responsibility is to design and maintain accounting systems and internal controls. This means to ensure transactions are authorized, safeguarding assets, and then properly maintaining financial records. For Chiefs Council responsibility, it's to oversee management's financial reporting responsibilities. So this includes reviewing financial information and discussing relevant matters with management and the external auditors. And as mentioned, we had an in-depth meeting to go through the financial statements with Chiefs Council as part of this process yesterday. Chiefs Council's responsibility is also to approve the financial statements and then appoint the external auditor. And then as auditors, our responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements. We are required to follow Canadian auditing standards, which means that we have to comply with certain ethical requirements and properly plan and perform our audit. We assess risk areas, we assess internal controls, and then we do examination on a test basis. So in terms of audit opinion options that we can offer an unmodified or clean audit opinion. This is the best audit opinion that we're able to provide as auditors. Other options that we have are to issue a qualified opinion. So I'd say that's not good, but it's not bad. We could deny the opinion, or we could issue an adverse opinion. So as noted, we've issued a clean or the best audit opinion that we can offer to the organization. And just to read through the auditor opinion, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the organization as at March 31st, 2026, and the results of its operations, changes in net financial assets and its cash flows, for the year that then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So some key highlights, again, just to reiterate, we're issuing a clean opinion. It's been a clean opinion for many consecutive years. The excess of revenue over expenditures for the year was $484,232, which was up from the previous year. And then there was an increase in unrestricted funds. So to go through now the statement of financial position. So assets are things that the organization owes or has owing to the organization. So total assets for 2026 were $6,195,195. And the total assets comprise cash at 67.5% of that total amount. Accounts receivable makes up 28.4%, and then tangible capital assets makes up 3.6%. And just to note, tangible capital assets does include land, building, vehicles, equipment, and computer hardware. So just to look at the assets in another format, just looking at current year, prior year, we can see by the graph the increases and decreases year over year. Okay, so for liabilities, liabilities are things that the organization owes or has deferred to future years. So for 2026, the total liabilities was $1,633,790. The total liabilities is predominantly comprised of deferred revenue, which makes up 85.8%. And then accounts payable and accruals, which makes up 14.2% of the liabilities. And again, just to look at the liabilities in a current year versus prior year format, we can see that we can see the year over year change. Okay, so accumulated funds is everything that the organization owns less what it owes. So it's total assets minus total liabilities, and the total balance accumulated funds for 2026 is $4,561,405, and the accumulated funds comprises the unrestricted funds of 90.2%. There's equity and tangible capital assets of 4.9%. And then internally restricted funds of 3.3%. For the statement of operations and accumulated funds, we'll see for revenue. Revenue is all monies received by the organization, which includes government funding. This is both federal and provincial, and then there's also own source revenues. So looking at the breakout here, just to highlight some of the larger ones, MCCSS makes up approximately 43.5% of total revenue. Indigenous Services Canada, 23.9%. The Ministry of Health, 12.5%. The Ministry of Indigenous Affairs, 6.4%. And then there's various other funding that's received in some smaller buckets. And just to look at revenue again in a different format, just looking at current year versus prior year, we'll see that there is an increase this year in MCCSS, but revenues remain relatively consistent otherwise. So for expenditures by function, expenditures by function are all the costs of the organization's programs and operations. So for 2026, this was $16,566,408. The total expenditures increased in line with the increase in total revenue. And just looking at some of the buckets here, the biggest ones, allocations, which makes up 63% of the expenditures. There's salary and wages, which make up 11%. meeting expenses 9%, and administration 6%. Okay, and then expenditures by function, just again, looking at current year versus prior year, we'll see that they've remained relatively consistent, but we'll see a significant increase this year in allocations, which is in line with the increase in revenue. Than a much younger version of myself, but any questions?
Gosh.
Thank you.
Question. So the staff prepared the audits and you just audit their work, right?
That's correct.
You don't have different states for them.
We do prepare the financial statements as well.
Now, I will-
So we assist the organization with preparing the financial statements. And then we do the substantive work around those statements, but all the documentation comes from the organization. So the organization provides a trial balance, a full general ledger. And then we do our requisite audit procedures. We've posted adjustments in relation to any items that we identify and discuss with management. And then yes, we do prepare the statements.
So the draft, they're primarily by you guys.
That's correct.
All right. Any other? Oh. All right, any other questions?
Funders or that?
It's been consistent. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I don't see any, so at this time, oh yeah, go ahead. I see a couple now.
That's correct. So the deferred contributions relate to education funding that has an off year end from the organization. So the organization has a March 31st year end, and then the education funding, to my understanding, has the year end of August 31st. So yes. That's correct.
So that note will be amended then. The wrong idea.
It will in the financial statement notes.
Okay. I forgot to note, just for the benefit of the folks online, if you could come up to the microphone to speak, so you can hear the questions and the answers. So, Chief Salt, did I see your hand up? Okay, no, all right, okay. All right, here she comes.
I know runners, I know. I was gonna say we might need them.
Okay, I just wanted to, where do you get or define your own source revenue?
Yeah, so the own source revenue is essentially funding that's not received from federal funding, provincial funding, or municipal funding. It's anything that the organizations, any revenue that the organization's generated from other sources, essentially.
Would admin fees?
Yeah, like so interest income would be an example on the bank account.
I just would like to congratulate the executive and Jeff and Tanis on providing an excellent audit report, and yourself, Akash. And just want to say thank you for the good work you do, but very, very pleased with the audit.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, and thank you. At this point, I'd like to ask for a motion to accept the audit. Acknowledge the audit. Yes, Councillor Laurie Strength Fenton from MBQ, and also Councillor Ian White Duck from Caldwell. Duckworth. Sorry, I knew it was a duck. Duckworth, sorry. Yeah. My apologies. Councillor Duckworth. All right, any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. Any online? No? Okay, all right, motion is carried by consensus. Thank you. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, 15-minute break. It's 10:30, so let's say 10:45 or 10:50. come back.
Confirmation of the 26, 27.
Okay,
Will you do that?
yeah.
Yeah, and then we have to.
Oh, the right.
And then the appointment of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think we missed, I knew we missed another one.
Resolutions and confirmation.
Yeah.
Oh, no. At least you didn't have the explosive,
So it's a bit kind of, just not the. I ate something that didn't. This tag is supposed to be the bag.
yeah. You mean your tag? No, I believe it's on that table back there.
Oh, it's on the table.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I heard.
We got more people watching on our YouTube feed than we do our Zoom link. Yeah, we got 15 people watching.
Really?
Yeah. And on Zoom, we only got about 6.
What the heck? So we're live on YouTube too?
Yeah. I shared the link on our Facebook and our YouTube channel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So here's hoping. Yeah, no, he can't.
Yeah. Say this guy, this guy.
By the way, go to comments and still be the boss.
Yeah. We'll see. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'll cross my eyes. Yeah. Oh, really got confident.
Jerry would be in the Dropbox. Yes. Yeah. Is that my first?
It was all from this.
Keep job guys there. See the where it says try this link more down, so that one. Okay, go click on the delegate link, so.
Yes. Well, I like it. I was just better thought, that's what they did. Yeah. Yeah, and it's it. Nobody got me about. Some apps. They had We are. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody gave me on this. Everything with white. Yeah. Like Harry Potter. Okay, I'll hold on. He said I didn't have to. Oh, they do have like berries, blueberries. I have a lot of I was down there, right on the, and then Al walks in and said,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Yeah, thanks. Out there, these guys are the cross sections. Because like this, you know, you're talking. Well, stand there beside you. Oh, that's it. I really Oh.
Back in my day, we didn't use things. I'm older than you.
Thank you. Always good to say. Very pretty. I have a conservation area. Right. Yeah. So they have. I tried that. Yeah. It's pretty open. Manage our senior for us. And then we're so I look together. 14, I'll go to Alberta next year. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering.
Yeah. I find it. So, yeah. I will look at it. Yeah. Well, I guess I would have a game, I guess. Oh, yeah. And when that's gonna do basically, it's long way down. So I never guessed it. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah. What? No.
Nice to meet you. See her.
And then like in the day. Go down, it's also. And then, there's us here. Well, stretch mark. Yeah. Right. Side door, that's right. Meter, there's. Oh, it's. Now. I'll look it up. I'll do it. Normal. I'm thinking about it. Product. Yeah. Because it's not. So we get to the hospital. Yeah. Oh, I was doing all. You got it.
We need that. I've seen her.
Like they have me like 7 hours. Yeah. Yeah. You did a lot of good work for me. And I can grow the first one out. Yeah. 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 I'm like trying to find out the. I know, it's comforting. It's so good. Oh, finance, yeah. I am disregarding by like their website. We will use the read. I didn't want to do on, yeah, and then let's say you didn't get that data on design. Yeah. Is he? Thank you for your help for a second.
What can I do for you?
You just help me with this. You bought that for me? Oh, is there a bigger site? Should I go down now or later? Don't take all this. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's freezing. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even get a bag. You didn't get one? No, I'm gonna get one. So nice. Yeah, I know, they're really nice. One after.
They have gibbets in them.
Yeah. No, I'll get it after. Yeah, I didn't get a bag yet. I'll get it after. Yeah, just show me where it is. That's the shaker one, right? The shake. Okay, cool.
So question for both of you. Do you want your report up on the screen?
No, mine wasn't edited. No, I don't want mine up. I'm embarrassed by it.
To be fair, actually, most of it was edited before we throw it on there.
No, I don't need it. I don't need it up.
Okay.
I don't think it makes
No?
sense. It's
Okay.
probably like a presentation style. thing. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Other thing is that you forgot to do the motion
Yeah.
for the resolution, so.
Yeah, resolutions committee and then for the auditor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw the resolutions.
What do I say when I talk to you guys?
Oh, all you need to say, well, first you can introduce yourself if you want to. So you can introduce yourself and then all you need to say is, okay, thanks for coming back. And then you can say, I'd like to introduce Grand Chief
His name
Joel Abram, who will provide
Robert Brown,
his political report.
okay.
Yeah, or next on the agenda is Grand Chief's political report, like to call out Grand Chief Joel Abram to,
And then I go up and do you as well.
yeah, after
After
he's
Joel,
done, yeah,
okay.
after Joel, a motion will be required, so after he's done presenting, then you can say, you know, yeah, you can, likely Joel will just moderate his own questions, then you can go up and ask for a motion to accept the Grand Chief's report, and then find the mover, you find a seconder, will help with the names, any objections, abstentions, and abstentions, yeah, carried, yeah.
Let's get started in 2 minutes.
I get all these 11:09.
All right, like to reconvene. There's a couple of motions I missed before we get to the next portion of the agenda. But also I'd like to recognize passing of a former MBQ chief, and his name was Donald Robert Brandt. And apparently he was chief for a term 78 to 79, somewhere in there. So I don't know if Chief Miracle wants to say a word about him, and then we'll have a minute of silence in memory.
So Chief Donald Robert Grant passed away on Thursday, and he was the chief from 1999. And I guess like many of the chiefs today, he had the same struggles about health and safe drinking water and housing and land claims and the same issues that we have to deal with today. Mind you, he didn't have the pressures of as many people that were on the ban list at that time, but because it was all before Bill C-31 in 1985. But those issues were alive then and talked about the discrimination that women felt as they were deprived of status and had to leave their community because of marriage to non-Indians. So they had to do the best they could with what they had, which was little, far less than what we have now. And a mortgage program that they had to approve mortgage because there's nowhere else to borrow money from. You couldn't get a loan from the bank for a mortgage. So there were limited housing and many pressures about housing and better roads and a new school and all of that kind of had just been built. And so it was before his tenure, but he had the challenges that we had today. And so I think it's appropriate that we remember all of our leaders of the past and with a minute of silence and to ask the Creator to be with their family and their loss. And he passed away at the nursing home in Deseronto on Thursday, and his wife is still there. And we ask the Creator to help them in their as they carry the loss of their loved one. Yeah, I'll go up. When we do this, we're following the values of our people, which is both love and respect. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Also, I think it's worth mentioning that Chief Miracle is the only living elected chief now from MBQ as well.
There were 5 when I started.
There were 5 when I started, and
I'm now the chief.
he's the last man standing. All right, now I have a couple of confirmations to do. The first one is for the 2026 Resolutions Committee. We do require a motion for that. They are at the table over here. We have Kyla, Sarah, we have Tila. We also have Valerie, and online, Jen. Wow. Okay, so if I could get a motion, to approve. Yes, and we have Audrey Logan, Councilor Audrey Logan, and Secretary Chief Miracle. Any opposed for that? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none, motion is carried. And our next one is a confirmation of the 2026-27 auditor of MNP, and I will require a motion for that one as well. Chief Miracle moves, Chief Logan seconds. Okay, any opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, motion carried. Thank you. All right, I'd like to introduce you to our youth co-chair.
Hey everybody, my name's Evelyn Shakel. I'm from Pinenega, so I'm so happy to be here today. I'd like to invite Grand Chief Joel Abram back to the microphone to present his annual report, political report. Sorry, thank you.
Awesome. Job.
Need to write it down.
That reminds me, I think it was 2004, and I don't even know if I'd been to a council meeting, maybe 1 or 2. And then I got elected on the council.
So yeah.
It was actually one of our Confederacy Wolf Chiefs that nominated me. His son was my best friend, Robert. He was on council, and his dad said, "Why don't you try it?" And I said, So he ended up nominating me, and his wife seconded it, and ended up getting the most votes for councilor. And I remember I was like kind of like, oh no, it's kind of dreading it. And then I remember the council secretary came over my house to give me to sign some stuff, and she goes, some of the councilors, returning councilors, and they have concerns about you chairing meetings because as a councilor with the most votes, you act as the acting chief and chair meetings in the chief of the way. So they have concerns about that. I was like, they have concerns about it. I have concerns about it. To tell you what, if I can't do it, they're more than one. But, so that just reminds me that the first time can be kind of daunting, so I'd like to encourage our youth to take up those roles, because they're gonna be leading the way, soon enough, if not already.
Next.
Okay, so my report, my extended report, is also in here. In our booklet there. And, like it says here, leading with purpose. Means staying grounded in the direction of our member nations. Advancing our priorities with discipline, clarity, and persistence. And recognizing that our strength doesn't come from any one office, title, or individual, but from the collective voice, knowledge, jurisdiction, and determination of our nations. And this year has shown again the importance of that collective strength. And, that we have a lot of significant files, whether it's child welfare, Jordan's Principle, First Nations Representative Services, House Transformation, Housing, Social Services, Ag Dev. There's always legislative threats coming down the pipe. There's environment, as you can see now, climate change and the wildfires, probably some of that's at least due to that. When the climate changes even upwards by 1 or 2 degrees, it means that storms are going to be that much more violent. Just it's another difference a few degrees makes. Additions to reserve the ability to expand your line base, and again, the continued defense of our jurisdiction. So, one of the things I'd like to, I'd like to say is that, through the support of AIG's council, I've been able to dedicate a lot of work to. A lot of focus has been on a few files, when I became Grand Chief, I became chair of the Health Social Advisory Board. Usually that duty falls to the deputy, but that's something that I really had a mind to, it's in my heart, I guess, basically, is, the social and health files, especially kids. And so I also became the social portfolio Chiefs of Ontario. And that's something that AIA, I think, can be proud of. Prior to myself, Denise Stonefish from Alapawi carried that file with strength and clarity for, I think, 7 to 8 years, prior to that. And so close to 20 years now, AIA has pretty much carried the weight of that social file. And one of the big areas that we've been working on is the Human Rights Challenge on child welfare. And that was brought around 2006 by the Caring Society and Dr. Blackstock. Also the AFN, and then later on, Chiefs of Ontario and Anishinaabe Nation filed as interested parties. And the reason that Chiefs of Ontario filed, because we're the only region that has the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement. And we also had band rep programs. And then filed for interested party. Because of the high cost of living in remote areas. And so there was several orders passed by the tribunal. They did find that Canada was discriminating against First Nations children in the area of child welfare on reserve. That was sort of a limitation of the complaint at the time. And so there was several orders around, prevention dollars, about mental health, about capital, about band rep funding. I remember early on in my council years when the federal government cut the money for band rep funding, and we had to sort of make do. We had to rob Peter to pay Paul, like we had half-time workers doing band rep duties, and they were actually paid from another pot kind of thing. We had to do what we had to do, but we made sure that we also had band reps through those years. And so that was reinstated, a bunch of other files as well. Jordan's Principle was in there. And so Canada kept on fighting and challenging those orders. They kept on being non-compliance of several of those orders. And then so finally we started to make some progress. And in 2021, Canada said, why don't we try to make an agreement to put an end to the orders And so we all thought that was a pretty good idea, so we agreed. So at the national level, we proceeded with, to negotiate an agreement called the final settlement agreement. In 2024, the summer, so that was like 2.5, 3 years later, pretty much. We're able to come to an agreement, and this wasn't just based on pulling numbers out of the hat. There was a lot of studies done. We had an Ontario special study. There was also a national study by the Institute of Fiscal and Statistical Democracy. They did quite, 3 phases of their study. And so that's where a lot of the numbers came from that we negotiated from. And so we end up coming out to terms, the AFN, but I saw some writing on the wall already at that time because we had much different processes than the AFN did. I was on a negotiating team from Ontario. There was maybe 5 or 6 of us, and we also had a final settlement advisory team. And part of what I did was not really the hardcore negotiating. There were some parts I was responsible for, like the data secretary and having ISIS as a possibility there, and pushing back on language there around self-determination and those kind of things, and getting a hold of the minister and pressuring the minister to go a certain way on things. But mainly it was to make sure that our processes were in place so that our leadership was informed, our technicians that work for us are involved, and that our voices came through in that final agreement. And so when it came time to approve that, we had 91% voting in favor of it because we did a lot of work, out the multiple meetings, whether it was online or in person, to make sure that our communities knew what was in the agreement and they knew what it meant for them financially. And so on that basis, we had overwhelming support in both NAN and Chiefs of Ontario when we voted for that. Unfortunately, partway near the end of the negotiations, the Caring Society dropped out and they wanted to take a public negotiating stance, basically. And so they urged everyone else to drop out, but we had already got our mandate to do that. And we didn't have a mandate to stop, and we thought we had something that, it's not perfect, but, there was several sweeteners in there that we would not get, that was not in the orders. Post-majority support services was one of them. There was about, I think, a couple of $2 billion in housing that was not in the orders that was going to go into the agreement, as well as several other parts. So we stayed in and negotiated that agreement. So, however, when it came time to vote, there was approximately 40 chiefs that ended up giving their proxies to their agencies, and they all voted no. So the agreement ended up being defeated. And we said, fine. I could see that writing on the wall because they get the AFN. They didn't bring along their leadership in the regions like we did in Ontario. They felt that they didn't really know what was in the agreement, or maybe they didn't have enough input. And so I wasn't really that surprised when the agreement was voted down. However, we immediately got a new mandate from our leadership at the Chiefs of Ontario to negotiate a regional agreement based on that final settlement agreement. And I think it was a day or two before Christmas when we got word from the federal government that yes, they're willing to negotiate a regional agreement based on that final settlement agreement. And so that following January, we spent 4 days a week actually, negotiating that agreement all day, every day, and then part of February too. And so, we had most of it done. We just had to kind of modify it. So that's where the numbers came down to $8.5 billion over 9 years. And so we took that to our leadership, and we did follow the same kind of process, kept everybody informed. And on February 26th, it was approved by our chiefs in assembly. And so, however, it took quite a while because after that, the next step is once it's approved by both parties, then the CHRT, they have to approve it as well. And so they took over a year to do that. I had to go to Ottawa several times. I was the one that had to file an affidavit on behalf of our region, and I went through quite strenuous cross-examinations by the Caring Society and other parties. But And then we made our final arguments near the end of February, then March. They came out with their decision to approve the agreement with a couple stipulations. But at the end of the day, it was approved. And then from there was I think a 60-day period in which any party could file what's called the jurisdictional, no, GR, we call it, right?
Judicial review.
Judicial review, yeah, sorry.
It's a judicial review.
And so Canada ended up filing judicial review. There was 2 First Nations in Ontario that were exempted from the agreement by their own wanting. Georgina Island and Tepecaca, who didn't want to be part of the agreement. And so tribunal said, okay, you don't have to be. But Canada didn't like that. You know how they like to tell everybody what to do. And so they filed a judicial review on it. So we weren't going to interfere in that, but we basically said, okay, but we're going to, we still want the agreement to move forward. And so we got the federal government to sign a waiver saying, yes, the agreement can be implemented right away. So as of May 29th, the agreement is now operational. So we've been moving along, doing work on that. We recently got administrative oversight body, Ontario Reform Implementation Committee. It's going to be looking over that. We've recently contracted ISIS, and I don't know if you know who ISIS is, but they handle health data in the province as well. So they've been contracted to be the data secretariat for that. And they're going to feed up data to the Reform Implementation Committee. There's other committees too, and hopefully we can get some delegates on that. They're more technical advisory committees. There's a TAC, that's what they call Technical Advisory Committee, and they inform the ORIC. And that's going to be, they're going to see if needs to be adjustments to formulas and those kind of things. So that's been a huge mountain of work, you know, that we've been undertaking, not just over the past year, but over the past several years. But there was no George principle was sort of taken out of that agreement. And that's another part. There's not going to be a national resolution to that, no agreement. The tribunal said they want a dialogic approach. And that's sort of what Chief Miracle was talking about with the covenant chain, you know, when it gets rusty. Well, whoever's holding one end of the chain, they're supposed to rattle that chain. And then the other end feeling that rattle to get together. And then call it polishing that chain, which is removing the tarnish off of that relationship. And so that's what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to get together and pop things over. It's a dialogic approach. And so we were able to do that. That's how we came up with the Ontario Final Agreement. And it's become apparent that they're two diametrically opposed on both ends. I don't know if you remember when Jordan's principle first came out, the pendulum was one way. It was very difficult to get any money. Even for something like braces, you had to have a psychological assessment. And that's ridiculous because sometimes it takes a year or two, depending on where you live, to even get an appointment with a psychiatrist. And so we're able to move that pendulum. But then it swung the other way, where everything was getting approved. 11 NHL hockey teams, windshield washer fluid, modeling headshots, Xboxes were being approved. And so the government became overwhelmed. And then so they shut off the tap again. Now it's gone back the other way to how it was. And they had their own matrix on how they decide that. Unfortunately, the government is not a good judge of substantive equality, which also has to apply to Jordan's principle. And so last week I was able to talk to the new minister, Mandy Galmasti, and she said she's now open to doing a regional type agreement with Jordan's principle, seeing as in our region, we're pretty good at that dialogic approach. So that's something that we're hopeful that we can, hopefully that work can continue in the future on that file. So we've also done a lot of media. I've done a lot of media over the past year. Remember when Bill 5 came out and I got invited to CBC Radio in Toronto? I haven't told too many people this, but as I was getting into the elevator, they're taking me up to the studio. I tripped over something, and then I went head first into the back of the elevator, and I cracked the glass at the back. So I was kind of dazed on the air a little bit, but I still was able to speak and do that kind of stuff. But those are the kind of things you go through, right? When you're doing this job, you just don't know what's going to happen. So I had to go into a dark room that afternoon for a while. But those are the kind of things that happen sometimes. But we've done a lot of media. I think we've got a really good comms guy, Ira, helping us do a lot of media stuff, whether it's radio or television or newspaper. We do media releases. We always get at least one media request on those. So that's something that we can continue to do. There's also room for improvement always. A lot of other work that we need to do with health transformation. I've also recently become the health portfolio at Chiefs of Ontario. So we're hoping to look at NIHB, and of course, Jordan's principle covers both those areas in education. So we want to get their heads together on that. And that's one thing we never did, is decide where the middle ground is. We haven't come to amongst ourselves to say, where's that middle ground on Jordan's principle? From one end of the extreme is nothing, the other end, almost anything. And, at least get, necessary medical and educational stuff covered. And then, let's see how far we can go that way. But it needs to be restructured, that's for sure. One of these, also economic, I forgot, I had another portfolio at Chiefs of Ontario, which is ECDES. I have 3. I'm not sure if I'm carrying on or not, but if I do, I might drop ECDES, possibly, I'm not sure. You kind of get spread thin on all those things, but they're all equally important, that's for sure. But one reason I wanted to take those on is because sometimes these portfolios don't move ahead if they don't have a good portfolio sitting there. And one thing I've always prided myself on is being one of the only portfolios where I deliver the presentations to the Chiefs in Assembly. I think it's important to demonstrate that I know the subject areas, and I don't rely on the directors to do that too much. I usually get up there and do that myself. So there's still a lot of work to be done with non-insured health benefits. There's other areas that we're working on, so those are the major things that I've been working on as well. Joint Social Services Technical Table, OW, we're looking at getting new software for our OW offices. Some use SAMS, some use AD Morrison, which still runs on DOS. And so we're gonna pressure the feds and the province to pony up the money. It's cheaper now to get software made, especially with the advent of AI, was a pretty good use, and get something that's First Nation owned. And that kind of goes along with one of our new priorities in Health Social Advisory Board strategic plan, which is data sovereignty, which I think is one of the new frontiers of moving ahead as an association. It's making sure that your member data is secure and that our collective data can be used, with your permission to advance things that we need. Because if we're going to talk about substantive equality, we're going to need data to back that up, whether it's in housing, whether it's in education. We're going to need that data to show that we're behind. We can't pay our teachers enough. We can't pay our daycare teachers enough. We can't pay our employees enough. So there's got to be pay equity. There's got to be enough programming money. Our schools are falling behind. Substantive equality, I think, is going to be the new battle cry moving forward. And we have to have data to back up those battle cries so we can do something about it. Anyway, so there's a lot of other areas that I've been working on, but you can read a lot more of those in my report. So and again, legislative watch, protecting our nation's rights. There's always new legislation. And we can try to affect those. I've spoken at a lot of Senate and parliamentary committees on different types of legislation. And there's a lot more coming that we have to be aware of and be prepared to make our voices heard. But again, that's Canada's laws. And I think we ought to start paying more attention to what our nations want. For instance, Bill 5 and C5 are removing a lot of environmental protections. And I think that we need a lot more in terms of two-part informed consent work happening in our communities. You can say take away environment protections, but if you want First Nations consent, you might have those environmental protections that we want taken care of before the work goes ahead. As you can see from the wildfires, environment's a big deal. And I always say to my press conferences, we can't just be concerned about the next 8 quarters. We have to be concerned about the next 7 generations. We have to make sure that our grandkids and their grandkids will be able to enjoy the lands the way that we've been able to. And not just for the sake of a dollar. You know, for sure, economic development is very important. If it can be done in an environmentally substantial way. And as First Nations, as stakeholders, not just as someone you pay off so you can, put something wherever you want to. So again, our support, collective advocacy is very important. And so I think we just need to continue to do that moving ahead, and that's something that we have done. Again, there's always things that we can do better. I won't deny that, but I think AIA has always been pretty good at leading the way in terms of rights protection. And on a personal note, I've been working on a book too, and hopefully within the next 6 months, I'll be able to get it out there. And it was basically a letter to my younger self when I first got onto the council, the things I wish I knew. And that was based on, there was a book in 2001, I think, that INAC put out. It was like a council, it was like a guide, but they don't tell you about doctrine of discovery. They don't tell you about section 35. They don't tell you about section 9124. They don't tell you about all these things. And so I just want to let you know that hopefully that'll be available, and I think it'll be good for everybody that's either just underground and wants to know about stuff, or good for allies, and good for someone that's getting into council and wants to know how to read an audit, how to chair meetings, how to make good policy, how to evaluate law and policy and legislation, those kind of things moving forward. So just a little thought there. It's called Paddling Your Own Canoe, and hopefully I'll get that out relatively soon. But about 800 pages so far, so probably would have been. That's readable. Anyway, so that's it for my report for now. I just want to know if there's any questions on what I presented.
Wait until he's done the questions.
Yeah, Chief Mayor, hopefully.
No, he's doing it.
The letter from former Minister Patty Hadu about Jordan's principle, the instructions which caused a lot of things to be defunded. Has that letter been rescinded by ISK?
I believe you're referring to a February memo.
Yes, the
That
February.
has not been rescinded. That's still in place. In fact, they put in place a matrix of how they decide what will be approved and not. They have not yet disclosed that.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And what is the AFN, or what do we need to do about that? Is that issue should be raised with the current minister to see what her plans are?
Yeah, well, right now I've got the technicians at Chiefs of Ontario working on a plan forward to move ahead with a regional approach to Jordan's principle. And that'll include disclosure of that matrix. And I think there probably should be some review of applications that have been denied and under what reasons.
I know from my community, we had for the ones that affected the school, we had to lobby the department that we were able to get those ones funded, but I don't. But I do know that there's a number of things that have been backlogged in the system there for quite some time. And so there needs to be a plan, an administrative plan put in place on how ISK proposes to deal with the backlog that's there.
Yes, exactly. All right. I've had ear problems for a while. When I went to, I was flying into Toronto from Thunder Bay with a cold, and then I had intense ear pain. And anyways, my ears bled, and I was deaf for 5 hours when we landed. And so ever since then, I think I punctured my eardrums. But ever since then, I'm very sensitive to changes in air pressure, and I'm feeling that right now. So maybe there's a storm coming or something. Just I don't know if anybody else can tell that, but that's usually what happens to me. Yeah. Anyway, so I'll turn it over to our chair.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm looking for a motion to accept the Grand Chief's political report. Mover Chief Mayor.
Yeah.
And seconder-
Lori Strength Fenton. Lori Strength Fenton.
And seconder Lori Strength Benton
From Wata.
from Wata.
Walks.
Any objections or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, the motion is carried. Next,
Yeah.
I'd like,
Yeah, we can vibe.
next on the agenda, we have the deputy grand chief's political. Oh, perfect. Wait,
Sorry, what happened?
no online, no.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have the deputy grand chief's political report and deputy grand chief station one.
There you go, everyone. Before I start, someone's phone has been lost. Does this belong to anyone? It's a beautiful phone. Oh, there's a cat on it. Is this, it says there's a Fido account. It's a cute cat. It's gray and white. Belong to anybody? No? Okay, well, if you're missing something on you, it is here. Hopefully a phone ring. Oh, somebody knows who it is. Is Ira's phone? No. All right, well, your phone is found. Sego, sewa fuego. It's good to see everyone. Yega hadapi angats, kanga habani mango and jodo, kandege ni tuwabiano dano sego kandege giro, wagata pioni, soani buju, pulamasi. It's good to see everyone. Station additionakas, oten mineke gises na divishkam. So I can speak both languages. No, I'm kidding. I actually can't. I can introduce myself in both. So my name is Yega Hadake, means she walks leaving a path behind her. And I'm from here, Time Nega, walks the Bay of Quinte, and this is where I live, and I'm a member of the Wolf Clan. I wanted to just to acknowledge and send, of course, like all of our collective support. We're talking about our collectiveness and in this moment here together, but sending that love up north to our brothers, our sisters, our cousins in those communities that have been devastated by wildfires. I know that there is a press conference this afternoon at 3 p.m. So I just wanted to let everyone know that. I know that you'll be in your caucus sessions, but that will be a live stream from Anishinaabe Nation on their YouTube channel. And they'll be hosting that press conference later this afternoon. So I know there are also too some drives out there in terms of collecting items, donations, money. I know we'll share some of that information with you later. I think Ira we can do that later on in the day to at least share that QR code of monetary donations if you're so inclined to make them. So knowing what, like I said, all of our family members and other spaces are going through, I think, you know, it's really, it really is a privilege to be able to stand here. And I know it's easy to complain about the things. And, you know, I hear it on the news and I've heard it over the last little while. Our air quality is poor and that's a reality. But at the same time, I wake up grateful knowing that, you know, I have things around me, the people that I love, and I'm not in a place of, or being displaced. And that's what a lot of folks are going through. So it is a privilege to stand here. It is a privilege to serve in this role, in this capacity over the last 2 years when I was selected in 2024, but also to continue to do this work. And you know, I really wanted to acknowledge all of you because it is your perseverance, it is your own diligence and your own discipline in your own communities and the work that you're doing that really has paved that way forward. You know, I like to say, you know, we're, you know, in these leadership roles in the spaces that we're in, you know, we're the mouthpiece. So we take all of the information that you share and we in turn share that. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of you, but also to just to, again, to thank you, Sonia, Yago, and Nishik. I do appreciate you all for being here and of course to your families for allowing you to travel here. And so as you know, we continue to face several challenges, the ones that exist environmentally, with climate change, with development, with of course the interference with our inherent and treaty rights, those do continue. And of course, ensuring that our sovereignty is respected. I know some language that we've kind of shifted in the last little while has been this self-determination to sovereignty. There's self-determination before sovereignty. And so I think the words we choose and how it is that we do that work will become even more important as we move through these spaces. So as you know, a lot has happened in this last year. There's been several bills that have passed. Of course, most of those without our free, prior, and informed consent. I would say we have done a good job at responding, but I think it's again one of these moments where we reflect and say, you know what, we can't just be always responsive and reactive. We really need to be proactive in trying to get ahead of things. And so I think that's of course an important piece moving forward, but I do believe in the this past year, we're really trying to focus those efforts on being proactive. I just love how the rain is coming down now. It's perfect. I don't know if you all can hear it. So I'm just going to highlight a few key areas, focus on a few things that I've been involved in the last year. And just so you know, if anyone knows me, really knows me, knows my pet peeves. My pet peeves are spelling and grammar and all of this stuff. And I need to tell you, the report is a draft report, both in your book and in your binder. So my draft report that wasn't edited to my standard is in there. So I take full responsibility for that. So I know some things are jumbled up. So that's my thing. So what I wanted to talk about is duty to consult and free, prior, and informed consent, and how asserting our rights in jurisdiction is critical. So as you know, last year when we met at the COO AGA, the Ontario Bill 5 had just passed. So it just passed, and we're also introduced to Canada's C5. And a decision was made at the Assembly last year to pick up and head to Ottawa and go to the Hill. And that's what we all did. Well, for those who were able to go. And, you know, I think that was a moment where our collective action, I think, was a great demonstration of the message that we were sending. Did it result in changing the trajectory of that bill? No, it didn't. But at least we had that opportunity to do that. But I think that actions like that are very, very important. So there continue to be threats, of course, to our lands and our waters, our plants, our animals, and it's just as real as it was last year and years previous as it is today, as we see with these projects. So we've focused on consultation, both the conversation of consultation and what free, prior, and informed consent mean at our tables at AIA, but also in our conversations at the Chiefs of Ontario. So presently, I serve as portfolio holder for the Justice Committee at Chiefs of Ontario, and we have worked on crafting a response to a resolution that passed prior to COVID, and that resolution was about looking at opportunities for nations to have access to a consultation-like hub. So where if you wanted to know if a project was moving in through your territory, and if you needed resources, that you could then either pick up the phone, call someone and say, hey, I need your support. What can I do? What letters do I need? What needs to be in place for this to happen? So there was a concept that was formed to have this consultation hub. And that was proposed to the Leadership Council of the Chiefs of Ontario. That proposal, unfortunately, wasn't approved. And so we went back to the drawing board, consulted, so the Justice Committee, Justice Department at Chiefs of Ontario, went out and engaged with a number, actually all of the PTOs except one, was Mishkegowuk Council, who was missed in that engagement. And everyone did come back and say, or expressed at least that a consultation hub would be important for them. So right now we're working on an updated proposal to the Leadership Council. to represent a new, different kind of approach to what this either hub or center or a space would look like for nations to be able to contact. So education, so I don't want to spend too much time on education. I know we're going to be speaking about education, languages, of course, and lifelong learning on Thursday. But maybe if I can just highlight just briefly that I do support, have the role of portfolio holder for education at AIA, and also to a co-portfolio holder at the Chiefs of Ontario. So of course, I'm involved in the AIAI education directors meetings when I'm able to attend, but also to some of the other events and activities that have taken place over this last year, which is the language and land-based gathering. Of course, that was last year as well. As I remember, we were in July and not in June. And then, of course, our education conferences that happen with Chiefs of Ontario. So it's been a really tumultuous sort of year provincially in education. As you know, the province has subsumed a number of school boards. Trustees have become an issue, Indigenous trustees, what that looks like at that level, whose voices are being heard, how those issues are brought forward. And I do know that we had shared some feedback to Minister Calandra in would have been the summer of last year, and really just highlighting the importance of outcomes for our children. And he actually did respond. I can't recall when he responded, but there was a response that came, and he somewhat pretty much affirmed what it was that we were saying. There has been 2 meetings with Ontario Regional Chief, that office, so with ORC, Benedict, and the some of the portfolio holders. So there's 2 portfolio holders for education, and also to some other leadership who had attended a meeting with Mr. Calandra in the last. Actually, it's been twice this year since January. So I know that Jordan's principle continues to be an issue. We have written several times to Minister Gall-Masti, just seeking clarity on what can be funded, what will be funded, especially after that bulletin of February 2025, of course, that hasn't been rescinded, that is still in effect. And so I can't remember if she responded. I think we waited so long for a response. So, I really do take it somewhat seriously when, we were in the AFN last week, and we did hear from Minister Gall-Masti that we could call on her anytime and she would be there to answer our questions or to meet with us. And I'm not trying to be facetious, but when we do these efforts, when we do reach out, we do send letters, we send follow-up letters indicating that we haven't received a response. And then I hear, well, just call on me, or, just do this. And it's like, it doesn't work. It's not working. And so we really need to regroup and determine how we're going. I like the story earlier around, well, you know what, we're just going to take it to the streets. I don't know. maybe that's the response that we need. So I think this year we've really focused on governance. We've focused on planning, and I think that's one thing that maybe we don't do so well. And it's usually because there's so many other things that are happening at the same time. But I really do believe that we've focused more on planning this year than we have in over the years that I've been doing this work. And we were able to meet in February and April to look at a strategic plan that we had developed several years ago, but looking at the strategic directions, the priorities, and then distilling them down into more manageable goals. And I think that's something like we are overwhelmed with all of the things. So how can we pare it down to make it workable? And I do believe that we'll have a presentation on that, so really looking forward to your feedback, because it is a living document, it is an evolving thing. Just because what we put in there is there, doesn't mean it needs to stay there, doesn't mean things don't change. Because as we have all seen in the last few weeks, things can change very, very quickly. And so it really is essential for us to plan, to be prepared, to be proactive. And so I'm really glad that we have had those conversations over this last while. So I'm gonna skip down. So I also too participated in a few media requests. Of course, these come from our press releases that we send out in response to things that are happening in our communities and our spaces, things that are affecting or will affect our rights. And I did two radio interviews with CBC. One was London and one was Toronto, and they happened back to back. I think one was at 5:30 in the morning. They say, we don't get to choose the time, right? You don't get to choose the times. I think another one was at 6:30, but this was on the Freedom of Information requests. And this is the provincial change to now limit or not allow the requests for freedom of information for other projects or decision-making, all of those things. So now that has passed because, of course, the province has majority government and they passed that through. And so access now to information becomes even harder. So, you know, if we thought it was hard before, if we can't get a straight answer from our requests, for our questions, from our letters, now we can't even access that through the mechanisms that we did before. So we spoke on that. There was, I think there was a lot of conversation that came from that through social media, of course, through other channels. I even received some feedback from CBC who said that they had a highly engaged audience on the topic. So that was really great. So I think it just demonstrates that once we do get that request to speak, that, you know, that if change doesn't happen, at least more people are informed. And I mean, at the least, again, I think that's a good thing. So I continue as well, again, my role as portfolio holder for justice is focusing on justice and policing. And the work that's been happening. So as you know, or if you don't know, there was a lawsuit against the Chiefs of Ontario and the provincial and federal government for the exclusion of the enforcement and prosecution of First Nations laws and bylaws under the Community Safety and Policing Act. So that is active litigation that is underway. However, I have been part of some conversations. I don't want to call them negotiations. I think that would be unfair, but conversations with the assistant deputy ministers of both the Ministry of the Attorney General, the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and then of course the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs and Economic Reconciliation. So those discussions, I believe we've had 2 or 3 so far. And I like to say, you know what, sometimes, you know, we think that they have things figured out, but they really don't. And I really do believe that there's an opportunity for things to change. And so I'm really hopeful with our ongoing dialogue that will continue. And hopefully that will result in your nations being able to enforce and prosecute those laws you may have or those bylaws that you haven't been able to address. You know, one of the things that I think will be a focus, it has always been a focus, but I think, you know, will require some more guidance is women's initiatives. And I always kind of shake my head a little bit every time I hear women's initiatives, because I think this is everyone's initiative. So women's issues are just not women's issues. The things that impact women are just, you know, not for women to solve. And so I'm always, you know, trying to think, what can we do to call this? So, because I feel that when we say women's initiatives, that we're excluding others from the conversation. And how do we ensure that we're all part of identifying solutions that are impacting our women, that are impacting our 2SL LGBTQI+ community? So how do we do that? right now, the women's sector, Chiefs of Ontario, they don't have core funding. And so a lot of the work that is being done is project-based. It's very limited in the scope of what can be done. And, you know, at this point in time, the role of the First Nations Women's Council is to continue actioning, speaking on the calls for justice. And so that's something that we've been focused on. However, this year we are again closing, I would say maybe narrowing down the scope of priorities so that they're more manageable. And so we'll see what comes of that. I think we're gonna have I think later this summer, early fall, we'll have an idea on our priority areas. And of course, I think one of the issues, and we haven't spoken about it, but it will come up, I'm sure, at some point, is the interference, the overreach of the Métis Nation of Ontario. It's a real thing. It's in education. We have concerns with education in the curriculum. I know there's been lots of questions about how and why Métis history, or the way that Métis Nation of Ontario has drafted their history and how that's being presented to our children in provincial schools. So this is an ongoing thing, but it also too happens in a number of the spaces that we find ourselves in, the tables that we're at. And so with the First Nations Women's Council, we find ourselves at the table with a number of different entities. And those entities existed and all got together at a time when, you know, well, when we were trying to be nice, when we were trying to be cooperative, we said, yes, you can come here and be at this table, and you can come here and be at this table. But I think it's really clear that it doesn't work, that any tables that we sit at need to be First Nations specific. And so this is the communication that we've offered, we've provided to both the province and of course to the federal government, and those again at those tables that we sit at. So yeah, so I think that I could talk forever, but I'm not going to. So I always find myself speaking like always before lunch. I don't know how that happens, but it does. So I think what I just wanted to end with is that, you know, I really do believe that we have this renewed sense of spirit, and that it is, I think we're moving back. I think we're moving back to what the origins and foundations are and were, and that intention and that purpose of AIA. And so I will end there and I will open it up for questions. Now, yes. Yeah, if you want to go to the mic, or I can hear you and I can share the question. I've got a cough. Sorry, Councillor Antone. She beat you.
Here we go, Deputy Grand Chief, for your report. My ears perked up when you mentioned the work with the Ontario curriculum and the MNO. And is there, I guess I want to know, is there a way to keep pushing to change that? Because I've seen it in my daughter's social studies workbook, and I'm like, what are you doing? And I gave her teacher hack. I'm like, this is all this information from COO and different First Nations organizations calling against this. Why are you guys still teaching this? And I know they're influencing like one classroom of 30 kids all at once, and that's going to shape society. And so I'm like, it sounds like our hands are tied, but I don't want to give up on that. I want to keep trying to push for that change. And then my other question was, is anyone tackling the education of the newcomers to Canada? Because I work in anti-racism, anti-oppression. We meet with newcomers in my work, and they're all saying, we're not learning enough about First Nations when we come here. And then there are people are going off and getting into Canadian politics. And then again, they're gonna have their own influence or lack of education, and then they'll be part of shaping our society and our future. So I know those things are both education, so I just wanted to know if there's any work being done in those areas and how can we help?
Okay, so thanks for that. So, yeah, I'll answer your question. Well, I guess the concern that you raised about the curriculum and the work that's being done. So with the, so here's the thing, the issue with the curriculum pieces is that the Ministry of Education funded the MNO to create the curriculum years ago. And so so we have had conversations with the ministry. So let me be clear, multiple to raise the concerns. I think we even went so far as to say, like, can you ask school boards to stop using this? And their response is, well, you know, we make it available and it's their choice whether or not to use it. And so we have continued to raise those concerns at the tables that that we're at. You know, what more can be done? Well, I think it's having those conversations with your school board, because it is their choice whether or not to teach that. I think there are other options as well for them to balance out what they're teaching in the classroom with our history. And so, yeah, it's like I said, it's kind of like a double-edged sword a little bit, right? Where, you know, this curriculum was essentially paid for by the province, right? But again, without that understanding, I mean, I think it's that, you know, willingness or that desire to, you know, to either do something good. So I don't think it had anything to do with being malicious, but as we can see how things have changed over time, that that it's the history and how it's being taught is very harmful and, you know, untrue. Yeah. In terms of newcomer education, I don't have an answer for you on that. I don't know what's being done in that space. I don't even know, you know, how that would be done. I don't think that's specifically education per se. That might be something that would live somewhere else. But that's something that we can have conversations about to determine, you know, where and how that could work. Yeah, no.
Thank you for your report, Stacia. But my question is, why does the government of Ontario, the minister, refuse to amend the law so that our police have to enforce our laws? We can't have good governance in our community if there's no laws that are enforceable. And so what reason or what excuse do they give why they're unwilling to amend the law and provide the resources that our people need to keep our community safe from outside influences?
Yeah, there are several reasons. I think one of the main reasons is around compliance or consistency with the charter. So I think that we try to break it down, if I can, is that if a First Nation, I think the fear is that if a First Nation has a law or a bylaw that will infringe or impact another person's rights, they don't want to have something that says in the legislation that it can be enforced. But to me, that's not the issue. I know it doesn't make sense. The reason doesn't make sense, but essentially that is the main reason. They don't want to have a police force enforce unconstitutional law.
Well, that's a violation of the treaties then, because we have the right to make our own laws that govern it. It's a treaty obligation on the part of the Crown that they're failing to uphold. You know, they want our cooperation when they talk about organized crime. They don't mind bringing the police then, but it's affecting their community, but it's just affecting our people. They don't care. And the under-resourcing of First Nations policing has been a big issue in Canada, especially in Ontario. And under Canada's constitution, the province has the responsibility, right, for the safety of everybody in the province, including those that live on the reserve. So to me, I think having a system where there is no lawmaking authority that's recognized to make enforceable laws, and it's not up to the politicians to decide if it's good law, that's up to the court to decide. And if the laws are not good and violate the charter, it should be a court deciding, not the minister copying them just because they don't want to deal with it.
And that's been our answer. It's like you let a court decide then at that point, but that we do have the right to make our law. So that has been the response. But I will say that our conversations have been, I would say, have been moving. So I'm hopeful.
And I have to reflect back on when Charles Fox was the regional chief. And the meeting were trying to get their toe in the door. And Chief Wilfred King and I were the two chiefs that spoke out against having this relationship with the chiefs of Ontario. At the meeting, we said it's going to be problems down the road, and I said there can be no happy marriage between First Nations and their rights in the meeting. And the elders chastised both of us for being uncharitable, unkind, and not following our values. Now look where we're at now. The media are everywhere, arguing for rights to land and resources and our land claims and identity theft that's rampant. And if the Minister of Education is going to fund the media people to peddle their message, they better darn well be funding us to set up our own committee with academics to peddle our message in the school system. And I think it's time that the executive, chiefs of Ontario, the regional chiefs, and the ORC meet with the minister and ask for a committee to be set up and funded so that the educational is influenced by the true history of our people. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Kaya and I'm from Hiawatha, originally from Hiawatha. Okay.
You got it.
But now, I'm living in Sudbury and I am currently an Indigenous support worker for the Rainbow District School Board. So this question is about education as well. I'm seeing a, huge problem with encouraging children to go to school due to generational negativity towards school and their parents just having those feelings about school. So attendance is really bad and when they are there, they're disconnected, they're not there. So I guess my question is there anything in your community that you're doing to support that I could possibly take up to my job?
Oh, great question. So I'm looking at Kyle. This is Bill 33. Is this Bill 33? So there's a lot of there's been a lot of change, or a lot of proposed legislation that has passed that has included a number of things. And so one of those changes, as it relates to education, is looking at attendance. So, and basically mandatory attendance for school, that'll be an indicator in your participation in school, be an indicator of your success at school. Success meaning whether or not you pass or fail or whatever. So now this will be taken into part of that assessment process, which is very concerning. So we have had conversations with. Actually, the conversation that happened, from my understanding, between the Ontario Regional Chief and Minister Calandra was about those changes embedded in that piece of legislation and how benchmarks and metrics will need to be perhaps distinguishable for Indigenous learners because this will severely impact their education outcomes. And so, anything that's being done right now, other than having the political conversations, that's what's happening. On the ground, maybe we can speak more to that, Kyla, on Thursday when we have the education presentation about some of the things that other nations are talking about in terms of supporting students. But this is going to be, I would say, it's going to be an issue. I don't think we're going to see the impact of it immediately, but I think over time, we already see it now, but I think now that it forms part of the assessment piece, it's going to be very problematic.
So the Meaty self-government bill, Bill C-53, was withdrawn and that's dead in the House of Commons. But now there's this other legislation concerning the Manitoba Meaty people. They want self-government recognized. what is the stance of the executive on that bill? With the initiative that's coming out of Manitoba?
No, maybe I'll just defer to Grand Chief Abram to see if there's been conversations at the executive level on this. I'm not sure.
Because it might set a precedent for Ontario, so we better pay attention to that.
Has leadership councils about the Manitoba bill?
No.
We'll find out what conversations, have been had about this, because I'm actually not aware. I know that the last few leadership council meetings prior to the coup AGA, I think that maybe one of those. I don't know if you were there at that one, but I know everything since then has been assembly, and now wildfires. So the leadership council meeting, I don't recall that conversation, even at the AGA. But look, I'll get back to you, Chief Mark. Okay, yeah. Sego.
My name is Sarah Loft. I'm a counselor with Mohawks of the Bay of Plenty. Thank you for your update, Deputy Grand Chief and Grand Chief. You're doing a wonderful job. So I wanted to talk about the work I've been doing in my career over the last 2 years with the Ombudsman of Ontario. And the appreciation I want to express to AIAI for the involvement in the engagement process in creating the plan and the submission that was given to help shape the plan. So through the engagement and through the submission, we really heard that for AIAI, concern was around data protection and OCATA. And also through the engagement that we did and with AIAI as well, is that there's a need and there's a push for a federal First Nation ombudsman. We know that the position from the federal government has pushed back on this. It's kind of a non-starter. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk about it. But honestly, we're hearing and we know that the creation of a federal First Nation ombudsman could mitigate a lot of issues that we're facing. So I have just two questions. As that, is there an interest? I know that there's exploratory talks with the Ombudsman of Ontario for MOUs with First Nation representative groups, tribal councils like Chiefs of Ontario. And then for AIAI, if there was an interest in entering in an MOU with Ombudsman of Ontario in the hopes of collectively pushing for a federal ombudsman. And I also wanted to state to you that we recognize that the Métis is also influencing the input and data collection of all of the service and organizations that are providing services as well, right? And so we're seeing these, skewed data that, well, we had thousands or hundreds of calls from Indigenous people, and then we're finding out, that 90% of them are identifying as Métis, right? So we're having organizations that are saying, well, we're making a difference and we're making we're influencing, but we're seeing that the data is highly skewed because of Métis calls. And it's an issue that's hard to mitigate, right? Especially when you have non-Indigenous organizations who are, the Métis actually know recognized, they're federally recognized, right? So they're being told they have to be consulted, they have to be included. So then how do organizations, proponents of projects navigate that in a way that they can meet their obligations for consultation, but at the same time recognize the distinctions. So obviously I think we need a distinction approach. And so that was just basically my two questions that I had.
Okay.
I think there was a few of them in there, but.
Yeah, actually, I think your questions are also two positions, and I think that they're, I think, certainly for the first one, whether or not there's an interest in entering into an MOU with the Ombudsman of Ontario, I think that's a conversation that, if there's time, could happen maybe on say day 4. We're not gonna be here for day 4, on day 3, unless anybody wants to stay for another day. Maybe on Thursday, maybe we can have a brief conversation with the Assembly on whether or not that direction can be given. Perhaps that's a resolution, so I'm looking to the Resolutions Committee as well. Perhaps that's an exploratory a conversation that we could have that could be drafted in a resolution that could be brought to the floor, either tomorrow or on Thursday. So, so I would say, I mean, for me, what are you okay? I mean, for me, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. But I mean, that's not my role, right? I gotta, we gotta determine, if there is in fact interest. I'm not surprised, of course, that the federal, federal body is like, yeah, no, not interested. That doesn't mean that it can't happen or it won't happen. We just need to figure out how to have that conversation. And again, maybe the tactic is, well, we'll take it to the streets. I just like that one. I don't know. Let me see, the other piece around data. Okay, so data is data sovereignty, data collection, all of the pieces are going to be, well, I mean, they're already important now because as you can see, and these are the conversations that we had actually at our first data sovereignty symposium. I think this was in 2024. Is that when we had our data sovereignty symposium? 2024 or 2025? No, it's 2024. Okay, 2024. And we haven't had one since, but those issues came up frequently. Those concerns were raised around, oh, I have this data, or so-and-so has this data, and it's saying we're doing all of these amazing things, or this is how many Indigenous people are accessing this service. It's like, but how do you know what was the collection process? What questions were you asking? And like you said, it becomes skewed. So then how do we take what it is that we have and then use that moving forward, either if it's project development again, or if it's, in these other spaces? It raises a lot of concerns. And I think if anything, what I'm hearing, and I think we need to meet again on the data sovereignty piece. No, we do need to meet again on the data sovereignty, because again, it'll be a couple years since we've met on that. And what do we say? We said that's the future. Data is the future. That's
Frontier.
The new frontier, not the final frontier, the new frontier. Yeah. This is funny when Joel was asking me, like, JR, I was like, who's that JR? I was like, oh, judicial review. Oh, yeah.
Just a suggestion, I see the media or the news and they're everywhere. Even if they've got jobs in the academic institutions like Queen's University, who sit on the Indigenous Advisory Committee for their along with Chief Simpson. People have been hired, and it's been later found out, that they lied about their identity, but yet they keep their jobs. And they're in the education system in a place of influence. There's nothing counterbalancing that. The same thing in the media. I mean, sometimes you have to have a fight to get things done. Everyone wants good relations, but when fraud is being paraded in our faces daily, I think there could be more effective use of the media, like Steve Bacon's show, to go and talk about it there. People listen to that. We need to educate the public about the degree of fraud that's going on. But somehow or other, people sort of pussyfoot around and don't want to offend anybody, and to me, they're very aggressive in their agenda, and we have to do the same. So the message has got to get out that this is what's happening here, that they don't have the right to claim the treaty rights. They're not named in the treaties, and they shouldn't be trying to claim any treaty rights. They're not mentioned. So I think we have to a little bit have better use of the media, and academics to go on those type of shows to educate the public. Well, because I'll tell you one thing that politicians pay attention is when the public is educated, they pay attention that they're informed, and that's how you change their mind.
Exactly. Yeah. The education piece is important, and that's certainly one of our many missions in our constitution at AIA.
Kalamosi ni Desenchi Mako Fancy Kwai and Anglanapi Okoyo. Nihan Tukadongama Nunjayana Pawilako Dunjaba. My English name is Audrey Logan, and although this is not directly related to education and in line with the conversation that's taking place, the pretendiism, the identity, the cultural appropriation, that's happening in the healthcare system as well. We have our own brothers and sisters that are falling victim to those individuals that are self-identifying as Indigenous, to secure positions. And when they're asked to, our normal conversation is, hey, what community do you come from? Where do you come from? You can't ask those questions now because it's discriminating against the person that you're asking the question from. And we have some of our limited workers in the hospital system are being persecuted. And that's our people being persecuted by these is happening in the healthcare system. And similarly, we are required to support Indigenous, people that identify self-Indigenous. So we're required through the hospital system to support individuals. And when we do, it takes away from a citizen that actually has a status card and is one of us. And we're required to support, and the ones that need the help that are our brothers, they're not getting help that they need. So it's pervasive. It's not just in education, it's everywhere. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, now for that, Councillor Logan, you are correct. It is everywhere. And I mean, for Chief Miracle's comment, just on, academia and the academic side, and in academia, I think the issue with that is that many of these positions, professorships, if they don't say they're explicitly for an Indigenous person, and if that HR department has a self-identification piece, if you're found to be fraudulent, if the position wasn't intended to be for an Indigenous person, then it's difficult for the institution, any institution, education, health, whatever it is, to recuse someone from their role. It's an issue with HR practice. It's an issue with the creation of the role and what it's intended to do. And that's why you'll see language in postings like preference given to, right? Words like self-identify. Again, these things have been used, and I think that, part of that education piece, and if we're actually looking at roles and positions, work that is supposed to be for our people in these spaces, then we need to be asking the questions. Are you an Indigenous person? If so, how? These roles are funded to improve our outcomes. And so, and again, this goes back to the data piece that Councillor Loft raised, right? Because then when you're collecting your data, right, you're helping all of these people, but we can't actually, with certainty say that these are all Indigenous people. Who are the folks that are self-identifying, right? And again, this is just, we've adopted a lot of this language, and we've seen it moving through all of these spaces. I won't name any names, but but the self-ID thing has been around for a long time. And again, that was a way for, I think, organizations, institutions to be nice, to be welcoming, to be all of those things. And then it has resulted in a little bit of a mess. So for a number of reasons. So I appreciate your comment, Councillor Logan. It is pervasive.
Just in our speeches, we have to quit using this term Indigenous, because that's where they're trying to put us all under the same umbrellas and make us all the same. And as long as we continue to go along with that lingo, that they're accomplishing their goal. We are not Indigenous, we are treaty rights holders.
Yeah, agreed. That's why I say First Nations. I say First Nations. Yeah, I don't even say community anymore. I say nation. And I know that we, again, like, language is important, and how we use that. I agree. I agree. Are there any other questions? So look, I'm not standing between you and lunch anymore. It's all y'all. No, I think this is great. I think this is really great conversation. I think already we already have, oh, hold on, Ira. I was gonna say before, let me finish my thought. Before, but it looks like we already have a few suggestions, ideas that I think that we can explore. And, I'm really happy to have received your questions and your comments. Someone online? Okay. What's the question? Sorry. Are you? Oh, it's a comment. Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing it. So we do have a comment here. from Louise Hilliard.
Yes.
Okay, so it says, well, racism still exists within the public school system. I want to extend my gratitude and thanks to those chiefs and individuals who joined Chief Van or Scott in defending our children's rights and letting them know their voice and well-being is important. It is no small task to take on teachers, principals, and boards of education. But that is what it takes to ensure our children have a safe space to learn and develop. Addressing the root cause of poor attendance often stems directly from bullying and racism within the school and the lack of protection for the students. Zero tolerance means nothing if it is not enforced. So yes. Any other questions? Ready for lunch? I'm gonna hand it over to my co-chair to close this off. Now, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to accept Deputy Grand Chief's political report. Counselor Curtis Brand.
Oh, Curtis, yeah, Counselor Curtis Brand.
Yes.
Yeah.
And seconder.
Whoever you want. You can do Chief.
Okay, Chief Miracles and seconder. Any objections or abstentions? Seeing none and hearing none, the motion is carried. Oh, there's, yeah, keep forgetting, there's none online?
We're good.
Okay. Okay, motion carried. It is now lunchtime and I think it should be already downstairs.
And what time are we returning?
We will be returning at
Should we give people a little bit of extra time?
30.
Say 1:15.
1:15, please.
40, yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
this morning, say anything else?
I know.
It's a long sleeve.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's nice. Yeah, I know. That was a great job. I don't know how you answer all the things.
With that?
Answer. Thank you. My heart's just pounding. I know. Yeah, I did, yeah. Did you? Yeah, no, I did it right at the time. Didn't know anything, you know what? Yeah. The guy that's the guy but it's so I never like yeah, no, but I'm not. First one was you're good luck, right? Because when I did it, and I was sure. It was like, I said, I don't really. Well, I know, it's not gonna be like 8 rows of people watching. Yeah. I can see people talking. I would like just staring at like, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm right. Being on the other right? I'm so. Like, oh yeah. Like, so I was. Yes. French version. I know French version. Yeah, left. Yeah. But. Thank you. I don't know if I'll come to it. I know tomorrow. Oh, maybe, yeah. Usually it is. Usually it's, I'm thinking, I'm like, I could do meditation. I roll. I'm in the war.
And now it's. Yes, that's how. Just under one of the filings, just. You guys. Where? You know, so how are you guys saying, right? So. No, I don't know. Seven most great. So about 45 minutes. But yeah, no, yeah.
I think so. Put this up on me. I see. So just be so things because we both snap. It's going. And also. All this, all this is. They're on now.
Well, if they come back, we can just. That's what I've been just asking.
So. Well, to me, the problem. Money is a challenge. It's money they put all the most of it to that. Watch. And then we got.
Well, that's why.
They're all. So then you then have your water bill that's supposed to be up and charge people. The government's doing that. And put it to the local station. That's why they're doing it. They really want us to go all along on. What about the infrastructure? What is this? What is the size of our infrastructure? And it's rolled over that. As I told the government, I have no bank. Okay. So make sure something like that. I said a lot of nine battles. Yeah. That's good. For you, huh? And all they did for years ago, well, look, there's an immediate, it's plastered. All the rum. You kept drinking. Oh, take rum, the whole house was like rum. So they went to the military, about 30 gallons, which was really compared. So they couldn't even condemn anyone that the outdoor, it was so drunk, all they were drinking, they drink and run with us. Yeah, that's what it weird. Because I turned, I first started to do that, then you said, then they turned them off, they could speak, but apparently it's still going to take. So I saw it, the whole thing was good, I took it over. Find out what's going on. That's really. But our people have responsibility, as leaders, they have a clear mind, they fail. Yeah, I can message on that one. And that's weird, I turned them off too. You know, because they could send it out or something.
But I think it goes back to educating all these people that come here. And they have a responsibility.
That's why. That's why I'm very told with people who smoke, I will not vote for a Trump.
Oh, anyway, other than that,
He said.
we had problems with the tractor this morning, but I think he finally settled them out because we could, you guys could hear us. But if anyone wanted to say something online, we couldn't, nothing would come through. Which is not too bad for this first day, but for the second day, Sydney's supposed to be presenting tomorrow. So it's like, oh crap.
Well, we gotta be downstairs
to come through.
We'll get it.
But thankfully, now we got it all settled out. Yeah, that was because of them. No, it's because her mic, she accidentally turned on her mic. Yeah, she was talking with somebody, so I muted the mic, so it's okay. That happens once in a while. It's happened to people online and through computers. So me and Frank heard it, we heard it, we muted it. Yeah, so we're keeping an eye on that to make sure. Cause they don't mean to, sometimes they actually do it or the computers do it. Yeah. But so far, I think we have everything all covered now. Yeah, especially because now we got APTN watching. Yeah, they messaged me and let me know that their Dennis wanted a copy of the draft agenda, and it was right after I posted the live YouTube link to our Facebook page and sent it out. We actually have more people watching our YouTube link than we do the Zoom link. Yeah, kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, especially because we actually have the separate internet link that's not wireless, so it's a lot more stable and quicker now. There's no lapse in it, there's no lagging, so that's a big bonus. Especially because we got a lot of people online.
Pretty much the same time.
Okay, good, yeah, because I got a sharp eye on my phone, I got a lot of people texting me once in a while for something. Alrighty,
Say.
okay. I don't know.
Hey, did you get the information I sent to you?
I wouldn't know. Yeah. Cause I saw what Frank and China were eating downstairs and they eating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this.
It's probably through the week is, it'll be. on
Mark
paper because they can book, yeah, I was telling him about you and Warren, so he said, okay, just gave me the card, that's where I copied it. How is he, how is your?
I know that song. Those pretty good boots, man. Hey, it's a lot of. One step away from I don't single thing. So. Just pushing here. Go there. Safer prediction.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah, stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, I was trying to figure out how I could come back down on, the density column, she said, what's that? Uh-huh. Well, yeah, well, I'm going to try to, make arrangements on Thursday that way and there, and I can, maybe I can help somehow, you know. I'll just be there.
Yes, that's supposed to be my answer.
I'm at a meeting, but we're on the break right now. I'm gonna call and see if my.
I'll see that.
Yeah, so I'll try to come next, not this. You know, a lot of.
Because you're old. The only one easy I remember was to get skills that they made when you were actually holds the record for the longest script that she ever had. Yeah. Well, it will be long. After drinking no sugar. Oh, and that's all. Wait, you modify it or you buy it? You get a point of that. We know chocolate, that's not gonna buy it. I mean, it's like, well, it's me that or you ever had sushi on. And you want 39 a month and a half. Okay, what's time? And he's not. He plays for that. He went over but the 39. Yeah. It's a really joke. You go see. It's smart. It's ready to break. Every time we see each other at a wedding, I'm separating apart. There. But if the new president not supposed to myself, like this player in there, I want you to watch them now. You put what you think, so what's up, you like that. Yes.
Because like, you know, garage. Something that ended up like. Yeah. Infection. No, whole question, you can't, push it out. Well, in an elevator, that's where I started. It's like, that road is so much. No. Well, when you walk into breakfast, just before you go to there is a little pancake. Yes. In the restaurant, I mean, the elevator in town. Are you going there? Okay for. There's always. Right. I think we're cheesy fries. Yeah. Like the whole week, so it's not by. Last year. Was spiritual, it was somewhere. Okay. You think you're over, but you're able to your court to say that. Right. Yep, oh, kind of, okay. I left it there. Awesome. Oh, okay. Somewhere. You're really scared that. Someone had to say it. Oh, yeah. We said. Someone heard that online. Yeah, right, someday, and I don't know. Oh, but they're all, but people can still care. Right here, we can go. If I just yak away, all of a sudden you can hear it. I think it's the song plays from. Where do you go? Program. Yeah. Yeah. We have first back. That's. I understand it every year. I learned a lot.
It's the only way, the one way forward. Oh. Better be made a call. Well, I don't know about that, but I heard of those on one stop that. Hey, I heard about your public space on Facebook. Yeah. Almost. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. The hell happened? Great. Somebody.
No, you think of age.
No, I.
No, I see.
Trying. Corruption. You know.
I know, well, just sitting beside the worst one.
I know.
What? We need to get you a new book. For bad jokes. More modernized. I don't look right by that, but I said that people still use them.
Right, that's a good point.
I think, I put myself ahead of topic. No, but I think we need to get you that book to like freshen up your routine. Freshen up. That's the whole fun part of it. The world is like, yeah, that's true. Oh. It's like when you have to make the order. Yeah. Right.
Oh, God.
Yeah, see? Yeah, to that one down, walk away.
Ian, this is Frank French, she works out the AGA.
Okay, fine.
Comes from Chihuahua. He does work for some station secretariat. And he's a counselor at Call.
Nice.
And I work with
You're very to do some. Oh, I'm so sorry, wait. Oh, yeah, you got, so I can't believe, thank you. Oh, you're, yeah, stuff we haven't done, my notes. Yeah, I know, that's, I'm glad to see that.
You know what, I'll tell you something, since I have problems. That we and have kept in contact. They will grab it. One word of a lie.
Even at the last AGA, give me a drink. I'm like, what? There's something about her that you feel like you have to do. It's like, yeah, I actually put it on. Yeah.
I'm elder.
Oh, now she's playing her elder. Now she's playing the other party. So that elder.
So many people give me drinks.
It's like Uno.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't forget. Anything. That's okay, Steve should probably a Pepsi, so that's all.
You want the rest of mine?
Oh.
It's open.
Your mom's making me.
Is she? Nice.
Your mom's got the jacket for me.
What time is?
Yeah, like I feel left out now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're like that. I heard I was scared to feel left out.
Oh, nobody was there too.
Excuse me, it's on.
Yeah, sure.
But I, yeah, it has to be high, man.
That's first.
No, it has to be like.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's.
It's not a skirt, it's a kilt.
I'm sure she could be fine.
Yeah, I did not know. I did not know. I been, I got wearing kilt, yeah. I was at the Calgary second break.
Yeah.
And we like, we marched in it, knocked it out, we got going around the break. And the guy with the jump thing goes. Yeah, but you got to do your kilt. So the guy's like, okay, and I went over and pulled the guy out, pulled the whole thing off. And his kilt fell down. Yeah, go ahead, you get a free bunch of jars. Guys like, oh, sorry about that guy, you kind of know what you wanted. But that's, you only have to go that way if it's a clean aesthetic. Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh.
That was the rule back then.
So.
I was my charge, so I didn't have to, so I was always.
Now the key.
I don't know, things are just, they don't do that anymore. It's fun, I mean, I've asked my buddies that are still in service.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm sure it's still.
But that was the rule. Well, she was ahead of the Black Walk, she had. Okay. That's her right. Every time they, in fact, they were meeting for God. Oh, yeah. It's like, It's like dark. Blue one's like green. They got the money better and all. And I've got to wear that. I just wear the light. Those are based on full understanding. I don't say that, I don't know, I said, no, it's not, so, I remember, I was just saying, inspiration, and I said, it's kind of fun to go up here. But it's not.
You don't like the color because it's red, black.
This one. Yeah. Because again, we're in this one, but I don't have it. Settle down. So right. Yeah. What's going on? What's up? That's stuff. You can't run 11 minutes. FLR. FLR. Yeah, I tried oh, you wanted to do you know exactly that's you know that. Yeah, I know. You can't be outside. You can't be outside. I can't be outside. Like you're not totally rude about it. Because I got that shit and like you guys are Christmas and remember. Good. Yeah, good. That's other things in morning. Go to all these Comic-Con over here. Why did you go? You got this to do, but yeah, I go to one more, like, I'm not the 5 car, yeah, Paul Hutchinson. No, have the problem, and I was getting the right. That's check on. You understand, so it have to be small. Yeah, same with housing. This is my assistant. Policy advisor. Started in March. Yeah, we're gonna do it first on virtual. We put it out in roll somewhere, but yeah. Like, you might take a virtual. Yeah, yeah, no, you should keep that arrow. It's going to be oh, listen, most kids. You can do it. No, you so I don't know. For that, yeah, something. But I can actually say.
I came from Holland as well. Yeah, we're both. Yeah, so they know like berries and everything, right? So we trying to bring back
Is there anything else today that you need me to do?
I don't think so. Let me see.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Just tomorrow?
No, yeah,
Sounds good.
start us off together.
Okay.
First year.
So like I had them work some years ago, I was there too for the fire.
Yeah.
So we were kind of discussing how they're covered previously.
Okay.
So that the interaction coming from the water.
Well, it's not that I want to be confused, I mean, if I have, I don't mind, but I've already visited with you. My issue is this a constitutional matter? Is this a? matter?
Yeah, I think it's just a practice that we recently adopted, like, you know, about the caucus skills.
Okay.
Like it is
Candidates, right? He's the candidates.
Yeah.
You're free to not to do it. I won't-
We're both going to take you here this afternoon, first thing.
Yeah.
I've already visited every community.
Maybe they have more questions for you after.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it gives the opportunity, if there's additional questions that, you know, you have the space and the time to go. I think I remember that there was one year where we were doing this rotation.
Yeah.
And there were some people that didn't make it to all of them because, yeah, I mean, I recall that happening. Yeah. Yeah.
So I did ask, is this an administrative matter? Or is it a constitutional page?
I don't think that's even, I don't even,
Not in it.
it's not in the Constitution.
I know. What
Yeah, but is it a question around like process? I think that's part of the selection process that we probably have to look at. The selection process is in the Constitution, but it doesn't name caucusing. It doesn't specifically, yeah, you're right. So I think it's a constitutional. I think it's a little bit of both. It's quasi administrative, but yeah.
No, I'm not opposed to the schedule at all, I'm just saying,
See the schedule.
at some point, we need to discuss what is. Or that's administrative,
Mhm.
right? Like, I've never known about this, if I'd known about this. I wouldn't know it to every community. But I drove to every community. Not that
I think it's three different things. I think it's administrative, which, yeah, constitutional, and I think it's a communication piece, like how we communicate it, you know? Cause like you said, you wouldn't know, it's not in the Constitution, and then it wasn't shared with you.
The main function's not working on the mics.
It's okay, we're just talking about changes to the Constitution in the future. I think it's not sensitive.
So Dean just went out required. Taking station, if
Yeah.
you want to introduce him.
Oh, deep, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he'll come up. And he's gonna ask the drum for a song before we start.
Okay.
Then he's gonna Pick one of them. For, But, you guys, 15 minutes for speech, and then 10 minutes for questions. So that's the format is for the speech part of it. And then after that, we'll break into caucus section. And stuff is still there. You're going. Okay. And then Dean has another, how it's laid out tomorrow, so it's been incorporated this in the morning. Like ceremony and stuff. They'll talk more about that in the morning. We're gonna be in the circle in the morning.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering about that. Okay.
Great.
All right.
Good.
All right. All right, so we're just waiting for Dean to come back in?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so I didn't need. Usually happens.
Yeah.
Those I don't need. Say go, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Call your friends, text your friends who are downstairs. Tell them to come back. We got an extra 15 minutes, so we want to reconvene our meeting. So give it another 2 minutes. I'm sorry? Okay, great. And for those, I had mentioned earlier that we would share the QR code, the link for the Anishinaabe Nation's 7th Gen charity. Funds that are raised through this charity will go to support the evacuation efforts and the evacuees who are now in Thunder Bay. Some are moved to other places. I think there are 10 nations now that have been evacuated. So the QR code is up here for you somewhere.
No, they don't have one up yet.
Oh, they don't have one up. Sorry, there's information. I know that it was shared by email with the Chiefs Council, so that also too hopefully could be forwarded to you. Oh, were you corralling? Yeah. Excellent. All right. 30 seconds to lift off. No.
It's green. What is it? It's great.
Taking to the streets. Hey, that's a great track. That might have to be our theme song. Apparently they call that yacht music now. Like, you know, like Doobie Brothers and yeah, it's yacht music. It's its own genre.
It's just making it sound old.
Rather small case in the box.
Okay, we'll wait for that, because what we're going to do, I know that Dean Sayers is here with us, so I'm gonna call you up now, Mr. Sayers, and welcome you as folks trickle in, because I know that we want to get started. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Very lucky to have, Mary Miracle's lasagna, so I hope you enjoyed. And so what I'd like to do now is like to introduce Dean Sayers to you. You may know Dean from years past, his political work and advocacy as the former chief of Batchewana. Dean is here as our selection coordinator for this year's election for Grand Chief. And so what I'd like to do now is pass it over to Dean.
Miigwech,
Deputy Grand Chief, Station Law. You know, it's really nice to be introduced by Stacia, and it's an honor to be in her company today, and I will formally acknowledge in a few minutes her acclamation. But let's give her a round of applause for her acclamation. You not get into the role as Deputy Grand Chief here at AGA. That's so cool. I am in receipt of SEMA tobacco. And this SEMA was passed to me to help work with our ancestors, to help work with creation. As we, as humans, having a spiritual experience, call on our ancestors to guide us through the determinations that we need to make to find ourselves a spokesperson for us, a representative for us at the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. And I just wanted to also let you know a little more about who I am. I'm from the Crane clan. I'm Ojibwe, or sometimes they call us Chippewa, but in our language it's Ojibwa is how you say it. So I'm Ojibwa. I'm from the Great Lakes. My family was lowered to the Great Lakes at the beginning of time. And with reluctance, we came here. And we came here to help creation. And we were provided with SEMA as an incentive to come to these lands, to come to this world. And when we need help, when we need acknowledgement, when we need the company of the Creator, we were instructed to put SEMA down, tobacco. And when we use SEMA, the spirits are right beside us. The Creator is right beside us, willing to and wanting to help and listen to us, whatever we beseech, whatever we petition. So it's really nice to be in company of the SEMA today. And it's nice to be in company with so many beautiful Anishinaabe, Ongwehos, Lenape people from our territories. It's so nice to be with you today. And when we join together today, we're also in a room full of our ancestors as well. Like I said, I'm from the Crane clan. And I've been able to, through that time in my work and my education and my experience, been able to pick up a lot of tools that can help in the work that we do, including how we determine the people that will hold the baton here at the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. When we work with spirit, we call on spirit. It's so important for us to provide the SEMA to help with that travel that they take on when they come here. It's also important for us to, when we ask our ancestors to guide us through these processes, that we look after our ancestors. And we do that. We will make a plate now that this ceremony has commenced. Whenever we eat as a community, we will make a plate. We will have breakfast tomorrow, we'll make a plate. When we eat lunch tomorrow, we'll have our feast. Because we ask the ancestors to work with us and for us, we have to look after them and feed them, give them a drink of water. Even yourselves, since those spirits are all here, might be some of your relatives that are here that are in the spirit world that are guiding us today. If you want, feel free to take some food, some water, some SEMA out to the fire and look after them. Thank them for guiding us. Thank them for helping us make this most important decision that's happening for our peoples today. So, as a Crane clan, which I am from, more particularly back home, we are from the Blue Heron clan. And it is a branch or part of the Crane clan, and we are the chieftainship clan. And we welcome people from around the world forever and a day. And we fed them, we looked after them. We looked after the tables that needed to be set for our discussions at the center of the Great Lakes. So it's nice to be here on behalf of my clan and to welcome all of your clans. This beautiful ceremony that we're having today. We also acknowledge the elders that were here this morning with those beautiful words and recognition and acknowledgement that creation still remembers their original responsibilities. And it's us today that are, through our processes, are gonna try and reclaim and relearn our responsibilities. And the same will help with doing that. Our ancestors will help with doing that today. We also have our drum and that heartbeat and that sound, and those beautiful heartbeats will call spirit. And we're gonna utilize our gifts from the Creator as much as we can throughout this process in the next couple of days, including a song that we'll have in a moment. I also want to let you know that I also went out to the fire a few minutes ago and I spoke to the Thunderbirds and thanked them for coming. Nimki Bineshi Chimigwich Bishaya. Nabena Nishnabakamakbo. Look at the people sitting here, Thunderbirds, still doing the work that we were instructed. No need to throw any lightning around here. We're all living the good life here. We're all living the good life. We're working at our demands with that good life, that good road. So it was nice to talk to the Thunderbirds while they were here a few minutes ago. Maybe they'll come back. They're keeping an eye on the good work and they'll help with reporting back to the Creator. Beautiful work that's happening here today. I also asked Seema while I was at the fire to help with that channel today, to open that channel, that communication, and to make it comfortable and safe for our ancestors to come here and help you today in your work. We also acknowledged, we said, Kinewea out there. We said the creation. Look this way today as the people are coming in, and look this way as the people are gathering, and look this way as the people are sitting in here today. Look at the work they're doing. Look at the beautiful work they're doing to fulfill their promises to you, creation. And we did that at the fire. So there's spirits that are making their way here to witness this. Those from the spirit world that are supposed to be here, the ones that are making their way here. And to help with that travel, we're going to ask the drum to share a song to call them, to welcome them here. And when we're in lodge, we don't stand. So you're fine where you are. You don't have to stand. If that's very comforting, probably the most respectful. When we are in ceremony, we try to be as close to our Mother the Earth as possible. We sit on the earth. Sometimes through history, we've learned through the different institutions that stand up, sit down, kneel down, stand up, sit down. That's not our culture. So we're going to try and find a way through the work of the association, including this process, to help us be colonies. You know, one of my favorite places coming down from Toronto, there's this area where you go through about 1 kilometer in this beautiful river valley where it's full of cedar trees. I don't know if you noticed, if you know what I mean, but I always look forward to those cedars. And I came too late last night, but one last thing before we go to the song. If you ever look at the cedar trees, there's about 6 feet, about 6 feet high under the cedar trees where it's bare. And you look along the edge of the waters, you'll see those cedar trees that are all bare in the bottom. And they weren't always bare. They only became bare in the last while. And why they became bare was an elder told me back home, he said, you know, the cedar trees were really concerned with the Anishinaabe. They were concerned with the Haudenosaunee, the Lenape, our peoples. They were concerned because we were forgetting to look after our mother, the earth. We were forgetting to look after the trees. We were forgetting to look after the animals. So the cedar trees lifted their boughs so that we could see as we travel by in the canoes, we could see through the cedar trees and see the forest and see the animals and see everything in creation, that it still needs help. And so the cedar trees still have their boughs raised to remind us to look after all of creation. And they're happy today. The cedar are happy because look at what we're doing today. We're doing our ceremony. We're doing our way. It gets us closer to what we were given as a people when we were lowered here. When we were lowered here, we had our own language, our own law, distinct people, our own way of life. And so did the newcomers. We have an obligation to this, to make sure that ours flourishes and comes alive. So I'm so proud to be a part of AIA because they do that. We're working towards seeing our own way of life come back to life again. So, income, do it to me what you. Great song, beautiful song, which home no home son, no. The spirits, thank you for that song. Acknowledging the spirits of the beautiful song. So in this process this afternoon, as we made mention, we acknowledge in this ceremony the acclamation of Deputy Grand Chief Stacia Law. You can give us a wave and acknowledge. Thank you. Give her a round of applause again. For our record and our acknowledgement as well. All of creation that we've called here, look at the beautiful work that's happening and look at some of the constants that we have. So thank you, Deputy Chief. We're also going to begin this process more formally now. We're going to ask the two candidates that are going to be putting their names forward in front of creation to be acknowledged as the Grand Chief of the Association of Iroquois. So they'll each have 15 minutes. And we're going to call them one at a time to come up. And they'll have 15 minutes to speak to our audience, our members here from our member nations. And then we'll have 10 minutes of questions. Okay, so if I can have Larry, if you could make your way up first, Larry Sultan, and I'll let him make his own introduction. I think you probably know Larry, he's been around for a while. It's good to see you again, Larry, and my work with AGA. I've known Larry a long time, as well as the Grand Chief. So I acknowledge and welcome Larry Sultan. Both have 15 minutes. Jimmy Gwitch. Okay.
Ani, Songi Kinu DJ Kas, was talking to the credits. My traditional name is Songi Kinu, Strong Golden Eagle. Fred Kelly. Great Fred Kelly gave me my traditional name, and it's really emotional for me at the time. Beautiful day in British Columbia when AFN had a conference in 1999. And Fred done a ceremony. Elijah Harper was my witness, sitting with me in the teepee, right on the border of Washington State, British Columbia. So it's really moving for me. On my mother's side, she was from Six Nations, Mohawk Wolf Clan. On my mother's side, I've been to the Longhouse as well at the Onondaga, sat on the Mohawk bench to understand how they've done business in their own territories in the hereditary system. As Dean said, I've been around for a while. Timmy Gwitch, first of all, to Mississauga to the credit for the nomination to serve as Grand Chief of the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. Timmy Gwitch to all those who have held offices of the Grand Chief and Deputy Grand Chief in the past, and all member nation chiefs and councils in your service to your citizens, and to all knowledge keepers and staff who have worked tirelessly to maintain and advance our agendas to date. I'm no stranger to the political arena. I've served in both deputy position in the past, as well as Grand Chief of the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. I also want to acknowledge and pray for our brothers and sisters in the North that have suffered loss and devastation to their communities. Some have lost everything, and I've been praying for them since last week. Continue to offer prayers in the morning for them, and I know we're going to have that discussion this afternoon. So as I said, I'm no stranger to this role at all. I've always been a rights-based guy, always trying to protect the interests of our community. I'm former chief in my community as well. I sat under 7 chiefs after me. I'm very understandable of being in authority and one being under authority. I understand the Chiefs Council, how this functions here. I understand how I worked with the Chiefs of Ontario, carrying portfolios on behalf of 133 communities at the Assembly of First Nations. So I'm no stranger to our own political background. With respect to Queen's Park, over the last few years, I've shared the podium with Premier Doug Ford. corporations where there's 2,000 or 3,000 people in attendance to those corporations in the meetings, and with the Association of Mayors of Ontario. Thousands of people. And I didn't stutter about our rights and our agenda and what's before us and how we need to move forward. When we're talking to corporations, when I've been talking to corporations, I talk about real partnerships, not cardboard cutouts. We want to be at the table on major development, not minor development. We want to be able to generate our own revenue, to be able to offset the costs of service delivery to our community members. So I'm no stranger to the politics or the corporate sector. Some of you may know that I have been part of a financial background as well. So I'm pretty much knowledgeable about the financial industry, banking industry, and how that works. Here in 2026, First Nation communities have so many layers of stress that are competing for attention, competing for political action, competing for solutions. Mark Carney, I'm not sure whether you've been following him, but he spoke in Davos a couple months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. And he said this: if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. Resounded to me. If we're not at the table, we're on the menu. We don't want to be on the menu. At least for me, I want to do my best to stand up for our communities, to stand up for what's right for ourselves and how we move forward. So I'm very conscious of the challenges that most of your communities face. If I could just talk a little bit about the big picture, and I know 15 minutes goes along, it's kind of short when you're presenting, but I want to just lay out the big picture as I've seen over the last couple of months. Last week, the AFN, if you were there, you would have heard plenary sessions on duty to consult and upholding environmental protections, First Nations, First Ministers meeting, gaps in First Nations addiction and treatment centers and access, right to safe housing and infrastructure. The ISC Minister, Galmasty, was there presenting, and ministerial guest speakers like Dominic LeBlanc. He's intergovernmental affairs and One Canadian Economy. If you've been following that, you'll know that he's been the negotiator in the US on behalf of this country called Canada. Rebecca Chartrand and Rebecca Alty, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs and Arctic Issues. Gary Anasandri, who used to be CERNAC, is now Public Safety. He was there at the Assembly presenting on behalf of his role as we see it today. And of course, Tim Hodgson, Energy and Natural Resource, and Buckley Falage from Saskatchewan, Rural Development. That was last week at the AFN. Also last week, finance ministers from across the country met in Prince Edward Island to discuss affordability, cost of living, housing, and economic development. This week, today, all the premiers are meeting in Prince Edward Island, Charlottetown today, and meeting the same times as we're meeting for the next 3 days with talking about affordability, cost of living, housing, and economic growth. When you look at everything that's sort of happening on the big picture, we know that the world changed February 1st, 2025. That's when Donald Trump stood up and declared the war on tariffs. You'll know that when this government came in, they wanted to cut across the board, 15% of every department across the board. Fortunately, we got cut 2%, but that 2% is still a lot, and we have to make up for that 2% that's there. So I get the fact of all the conversations we've had on rights-based issues and maintaining our rights, but I think it's a time in history where we got to start to think, yes, we got to protect our rights, but we got to also be able to look at how do we generate revenue on behalf of our citizens for every sector that we have need of. How do we top up our revenues? And as you all know, First Minister's first meeting, Chief Don Miracle mentioned it this morning. Grand Chief Joel mentioned it this morning. Chiefs at the table, Chief Laurie Carr is at the table, and myself from this association. is at the table on a treaty rights table, they're calling it. That's preparing for the First Ministers Conference. One of the biggest dialogues we had the other day was, are we going to go the way of the Charlottetown Accord, which was mostly programs and services, or are we going to go the high road and talk about constitutional change and what treaties means within constitutional change? That's still yet to be seen. But I gotta say this, if you were listening to Minister Galmasti the other day, if you were in Ottawa, you would have heard her say that 90% of the agenda on October 26 and 27 includes her department. That's contrary to what the chiefs are saying, that we're going to set the agenda. She says the agenda is already set. So I mean, maybe I'm overstepping here, but I would suggest that the agenda has been set by the government. I don't think they want to talk about constitutional change because it gets into deep, deep water. I think they want to talk about programs and services and how our chiefs and councils are going to deal with the programs and services. So it's a top up. The jury's still out on how that'll unfold, but I've been honored to sit at that table with chiefs and council members from other communities. That's the big picture. I want to talk about present day reality, which again, Joel had laid out quite eloquently. The fight that we have before us from Bill 5 in Ontario, Bill C5, federal. That legal question is still in the air. I know that Ms. Saga the Credit is part of the lawsuit on both bills, and we're pretty familiar with what's going on there. But that's still alive and well. Control of natural resources, infrastructure gaps, policing essential services with funding and enforcement powers, missing and murdered women. There's still a human rights crisis and systemic violence to our women in the community and boys. Bill C-37 was a major discussion at the Chiefs of Ontario as well as the AFN last week. Senate Bill 2, second generation cutoff is a big issue for us in our First Nations. We still got a big fight on that on Senate S2. Drug crisis, lobby attention, mental health, emergency services, environmental safety and protection, affordable housing, on and off reserve, and MNO issues, as you've heard. So I don't want to go into a great dialogue on that, but certainly those are issues that I'm very much open to stand up with chiefs and do what we need to do to advance that agenda. A couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago in April, I believe it was, AI met to talk about strategic planning. And the first round of strategic planning was the first draft a couple of weeks ago. I would just want to highlight 4 areas that that plan that we talked about together. Sovereignty, asserting rights and jurisdiction. That's the one section that we've talked about, our communities. Develop education strategy for MPs. That issue is call to action 57 of the TRC. We say that we're under the TRC, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and we're talking about reconciliation. But 57 calls for educating MPs, elected MPs, the bureaucrats on our treaty. Where's our treaty territory and what does that mean for us? So those are big issues to develop that. Enforce two-road principles and relationships, enforce First Nations data sovereignty, take formal political position against the MNO. That came from this table on strategic planning. That's political strategic planning. The other one was sustainability, equitable funding and resources for well-being. Identify First Nations needs and priorities, lobby regularly to respond to First Nations needs, develop proposal writing capacity for member nations, and support member nations' own source revenue generation. That sustainability came from this assembly, came from this table. Governance, oversight and successful planning, strengthening governance structures, update policies, update compensation, are big issues. That's on the agenda with respect to our strategic. And lastly, reciprocity, communication and coordination. Chief and council training on member First Nations was a big discussion. Enhanced communication capacity was another big discussion, and develop data and resource sharing. Develop data and resource sharing system. How do we do all this? Those are the challenges before us. And we gotta do something, we gotta do things differently. We're so used to doing things the same way. So I was thinking the other day, sitting at the AFN, since we're talking pre-Confederation treaty, why don't we have an assembly of First Nations right in Great Britain? Let's go to Great Britain. Maybe AI could go to Great Britain, just 8 communities, and talk to the king. Do it next door, wherever we can find the venue. That's different. Now we're talking pre-Confederation treaty. Now we're talking directly to the crown. Could we think about that? Could we move into that type of an area? Lastly, I looked at the Constitution of AI over the last few weeks. I've read it 4 times. Went back through the Constitution. The Constitution is the guiding principles of the association. Accordingly, it is clear on duties and responsibility of the Grand Chief and Deputy Grand Chief. And I say that because I'm the candidate for Grand Chief. Namely, Section 33 says, the Grand Chief and Deputy Grand Chief shall develop joint work plans on an annual basis for adoption by the Chiefs Council to ensure cooperation, communication, and effective implementation of their duties and responsibilities. The joint work plans shall be made available to the member nation. That's the Constitution. And then it's finally in Section 31, again, because I'm running for this position and I'm committing to you, if I'm elected to Grand Chief, to follow the guiding principles of the Constitution of the Association. Section 31 says, responsibilities of Grand Chief, subsection D, ensure regular communication, including written, with Chiefs Council on political matters. I've chosen to be a representative for Grand Chief. I'm committed. If I'm chosen, I'm committed to you, the Chiefs and Assembly and Council members and your staff, to work with you and help. Chimigwich.
English, Larry, thank you. We're gonna take 10 minutes of questions, and if you could make your way up or put your hand up, we'll get your question on the floor as soon as we can, and Larry's gonna be right here to field your questions. Thank you. So, are there any questions for our first candidate? Gil. Miracle? Oh, Chief Mark.
Morning, bonjour. Morgen doen die Nina, dus de kwas mokodorum, wat je want to dungeon, and there's not being in doubt. Chief Mark away from Buck. It's an honor to be. It's an honor and privilege to be here with you today. I go to your speech there. The theme of this year's assembly is our nation's collective strength. How will you ensure that collective advocacy strengthens individuals' nations like Batchewana, rather than overshadowing our unique priorities and treaty rights? So how will you ensure that the collective advocacy strengthens individual nations like Batchewana rather than overshadowing our unique priorities and treaty rights?
You good to come on there?
Thank you, Chief. Is this on? Thank you, Chief. Yes, I've been thinking a lot about the issue of collective advocacy. And is this mic on? Is it good? There you are. So I've been thinking about collective advocacy and how we operate amongst ourselves. And I thought the best way to move forward, we used to have at the Chiefs of Ontario, when Isidore Day was the regional chief, we used to have what we called days in the legislature. That was every year we met as the Chiefs of Ontario for 3 days prior to prepare an agenda with all the ministers at Queen's Park and the Premier. I would suggest that advocacy if I'm Grand Chief, I'm going to present this to the Premier of the province, and I'm going to ask for a high table I'll call it a high table, for the chiefs and councils to be represented on a regular basis, once a year, maybe like we did before, or maybe twice a year. That way, we're all putting our voice forward. We're all talking about issues directly from your communities. If we create the high table with the premier himself and with the ministers that we would request being there. That's different. That's change. And it protects our interests directly from you, the chief and council of your communities, and it protects the collective as we move forward together.
Let's be careful.
Thank you, Larry, for your words. Just two things. I recall the chief's days in the legislature and being asked him when I was getting on the taxi on the way down, the chief that was responsible for energy didn't show up. And so Barrett Dokas chased me down the hall and asked me, "Can you speak on the energy file?" I said, "When?" "Today." Queen's Park. You've got to be kidding me. But I wasn't on the energy committee. And I did ask those cabinet ministers that were there if they would consider the First Nations energy rate, because they were using our traditional lands and waters and not paying us any compensation. So we asked if they would create a First Nations energy rate, and they sort of laughed. I said, "Oh no, I'm asking serious." The chiefs looked at me and said, "We're going to get us thrown out of this room." And they came back and they said, "Yeah, chief, we can talk about that. We can consider that." And so that started the lower rate for energy, but that's where that started. My question is, we've always said the Canada, the Crown has a fiduciary obligation to us because they've inserted themselves with control over the land and the resources and the development of those sources through the permit system and everything that's went on since Confederation. What do you see, and what do you see the ministers or Canada's fiduciary role is to First Nations people, treaty people?
Thank you, Chief. And I know that I've been in several meetings with Chief Miracle and various meetings across the country based on a lot of different issues. And I know that Chief Miracle has been a strong voice. In terms of the federal position, I think here in 2026, again, protecting our interests, but here in 2026, this government, as I see it, and I've said to your communities, they are moving toward a corporate agenda. They are recognized right now as the first corporate government in this country. So when we talk about a surety, I don't know that they'll ever come to terms with our treaty rights perspective and our views on treaty right. If there's constitutional changes, then that's for us to be able to identify that and push that agenda forward. But for now, as an interim, I'm going to just talk interim because of the other higher issues that we need to deal with. We met Chief Margaret Salt and I had a meeting with last week. We went to a Liberal fundraiser, and that was Minister ISC Minister, Cernak Minister, Balaje was there, all the Indigenous, and it was very clear when we started talking to these ministers from a different perspective in terms of, yes, we can want to come to the table, but we're not going to give up our rights to come to the table. So we want to be able to find a way to move forward from a corporate perspective to work with you, Canada, to offset costs for us as well, above and beyond programs and services. They perked up. I'm telling you, they perked up. They want to know. So they're putting a business case before the communities. And what does that mean for us? Well, for AIAI, I would suggest that maybe we need to create a division within AIAI that helps communities that helps communities put together a business plan, that helps communities put together structure, whatever they need to structure. Maybe we need to move outside the box that we're used to. So I don't think the long term we're going to deal with rights-based issues with this federal government because of what's going on in the globe, around the globe today. But, again, this morning, you picked up the paper, you read about more wars on tariffs coming here. So that's going to be pressure around the world. I'd say short term, Chief, we need to collectively decide whether we want to create something that helps the First Nations develop a business plans, develop corporate plans, who they should be targeting in your regions. But the bigger question is for the Chiefs Committee on Treaties to deal with the rights-based issues as well.
We have time for one more quick question if there is one. If not, we'll thank Larry. Thank you for all that. Oh, got one? Okay.
Honey, bonjour.
You are.
Bonjour.
Councilor Luke McCoy from Batchewan First Nation. Also belong to the Bear Clan, so protector of all clans, I guess you would say. I got a quick question here. A lot of my portfolios, I deal with a lot of economic development and stuff like that. So as our economic development projects continue to grow and we see a significant lack of First Nations representation at these key discussions, such as like some organizations that say that they represent us, like the ISO, and other key government agencies. Without any First Nation voices at these tables, a lot of our First Nations don't really get a say at these tables. So what's your your direction to help get us to be sitting at these tables to have conversations that are actually fair, so that they would actually know what our First Nations or our organizations are dealing with on a day-to-day basis for economic development system?
Yes. So many times we go into meetings, and I've been to a lot of them over the last 3 years, including just yesterday. Yesterday, we met with Stephen Lecce, Energy and Mines Ministry. And of course, when you walk in, they already have their agenda, whether it's the corporate side or whether it's the ministers responsible for portfolios. Well, I have not been shy in terms of upsetting the boat in terms of the agenda. And with all due respect, bringing that agenda around to what we want to talk about, not what they want to talk about, although we would get to what they want to talk about. But let's put our issues on the table first. And let's see how we resolve our issue to get to your issue. Because the government and corporations, they do nothing but announcements, and cameras are there. They want to send out a message. Even if it's like 2 years before they ever start a project, they put it out there. I think we need to arrest that agenda. And if I was Grand Chief, you call me in to help you do that, I'm totally willing to do that. I'm totally willing to work with the chiefs and councils. And I guess the question really remains, how closely does the First Nation chiefs want the Grand Chief working with them or not working with them, or the Deputy Grand Chief? That's a question in itself. And I don't know whether that takes a constitutional change or whether we just do it.
Which, thank you, Larry. We really appreciate your insights and words you've shared today. We've stayed right on track with our time. We thank you so much and we do well. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna turn our attention over to Joel Abram, who's also involved and looking forward to his role as the Grand Chief of the Association of Yurok Allied. So I'll turn it over to Joel. He has 15 minutes and then 10 minutes questions. Joel?
Thank you for that. I guess I'd like to start out by saying, I guess in conjunction with this morning's Thanksgiving address, that I'm very thankful for the time that I have had here at AIA. Since 2017 was my first term, and you know, it's been a while. So going for my fourth term, it was something that I've had to think about for a while. But really, what I'm thinking of it in terms is unfinished business. There's still stuff that I want to accomplish on behalf of our member nations. And all I can do is point to things that we've done so far. Is the Chiefs Council gave me the mandate and the go-ahead to be really involved in the final agreement on the long-term reform on child welfare. And we're able to come to a successful conclusion on that. $8.5 billion over 9 years. And hopefully we can get a renewal on that. I don't know if I'll be around at that time. But there's either gonna be legislated or else a new agreement at that time. So that's one parcel that's done. There's a lot more work to be done with the implementation of that. But there's other things now that we're want to be undertaking, the renegotiation of the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement being chief among them. And that covers 4 areas: Ontario Works, home and community care, caring for the elders, the PSWs that go in. Also daycares and again, child welfare is part of that. That was stemming from an order from the tribunal. And so we do already have a tripartite agreement with the government on that one. And we did meet with the Minister of Community Social Services. I believe it was not last week, the week before. And it's very top down. He says he doesn't have a mandate. That's going to come from the premier. So we have to meet with the premier, to get that mandate for Ontario to come on board with that. All of the ministries are preparing for that and getting ready to do that. So that's something I think that could be doable within the next 3 years. Of course, that's a funding agreement between Canada and Ontario. We weren't party or signatory to that, but we did have a symposium on that, and I proposed some basic strategies or principles, I guess, that would be incorporated. Chief among them is that First Nations jurisdiction be recognized. Each one of our communities, although we have a lot of similarities, there's also a lot of differences, socioeconomic differences throughout the region. Some are remote, some are small, some are large, and we each have our own needs. Traditionally, funding has been, I liken it to, it's fixed pot funding. It's not based on what you actually need. And so, I don't know if you've ever gone to the beach and you see the seagulls, you throw a French fry and they're all just on it like that, right? And so that's how we are when they throw fixed pot funding at us. But really what we need to go for nowadays is needs-based funding, and then it's based on substantive equality. And I think that's how we're gonna have to tackle a lot of our issues coming up. Advancing substantive equality, I already spoke to that a little bit, about getting the data to back up those demands. And if the advocacy is not gonna get it for you, you have to take it a step further to the legal realm. So we have to talk about a war chest, about a legal war chest going forward as well. Wherever we're not making headway, we have to hit them, with a human rights challenge or a legal challenge. And those can be expensive, so we might have to pick our battles. But I believe that, we can make headway that way as well. The other area I think that will be worked upon is Jordan's principle and getting that settled. Again, I talked about the, where it goes from one way and then all the other way, not back to getting nothing. So there's got to be a middle ground. And I think we can get a regional deal done on Jordan's principle as well. And of course, I think recent court decisions have been going more and more First Nations way in terms of, I heard you talk about ISO, and I met with them about maybe a month or 2 ago, and they came and they're talking about consultation and what their protocols were. And I said, man, consultation's out of style now, man. We got to go free, prior, and informed consent. Do you do that? And they said, no. And I said, well, you ain't gonna get nowhere. In fact, we better not be a checklist. This meeting right now here, because First Nations not a checklist that you can say, hey, we met with them, check. Now we can just implement what we want. And so we said for our free, prior, informed consent, I think that's what you got to be looking at now. And that's not your rules. That's what the First Nations say that they're going to need. And if you know what free, prior, informed consent means, it means it's free, without coercement. You have to be free to make your own decisions. Prior means it has to be done before any final determinations are made by a proponent. Informed means you have to have all the information in order to make that decision. And consent means you have the right to say yes, you have the right to say no, and you have the right to say yes with conditions. That's what that means. And so that was, you can put whatever that means to your First Nation. And I think that's something that we can work. I'd like to work with our First Nations on developing a template, and then you guys can fill in the blanks. You can add a little bit of environmental consultation here, a little bit of equity stay there if you want, maybe you can have a little bit of procurement, those kind of things as well. So if you want to do business, that's great. But if there's something that is just gonna not be good for your lands, you have the right to say no to that as well. And that's now law. Because when Bill C-92, which is the law on making your own child welfare laws, was passed, Quebec didn't like it because the government was saying First Nations laws will lay on top of provincial legislation. And they said, no, we can't have that. We have to have the ultimate say in that area because separation of powers, the province is supposed to have that. And so they brought that up, and the Supreme Court said, no, federal government has a right to recognize First Nations jurisdiction. They just choose not to, to a certain level. But they have the right to do that. They have the mandate, they can do that. And part of that decision was recognition of UNDRIP within that court decision as well. And part of UNDRIP is free power and informed consent. Whether or not that means a veto is kind of a legal gray area right now, but free power and informed consent is part of the law. So, those are a lot of areas to work on. Economic development, I agree with Larry. To be sovereign, you have to be able to pay your own way and not worry about, being dependent on federal governments or external governments. And so, we need to do that self-determination. The more self-determination you get, that's the path to sovereignty. And I remember when I first ran for council, I said, I just want to make all kinds of money so we can have a government where to stick theirs. We're not there yet, but I think that's something that we can all aspire to do, go towards, right, that final goal. And so that's also a very important thing for us to maintain and support our member nations and those kind of things. And then I know you're gonna ask probably the same question about how can we work together without impinging on what each other's doing. I think we can do that working together as all our member nations supporting each other. Yeah, we support that, maybe we'll come and if you need to have a protest, then I'll be there. If you need to have me to sit in with a government meeting, yeah, I'll come. You just call me, I'll be there. And I'm always speaking about our member nations' accomplishments. I was speaking about, I think I have you guys in my book. I've been, about how you implemented your fishery and your logging rights and just told the government, sorry, we have that right. And we never gave that up to you guys and we're going to do it. And I think that's awesome. That's what we all need to do, is kind of things a little bit more collectively and support each other in doing those things. So at the end of the day, I don't know how much time I have left. I just kind of go over the company, but I feel like there's a lot of unfinished business I'd like to do. But regardless, whoever you choose, I think you're going to get a real good person that's going to be valuable to AI moving forward. And if it's not me, then I wish Larry the best of luck for sure. And I know he's going to do a great job. But other than that, if you do choose me, I'll make sure I do my best. And also, if there's room for improvement, I'll find ways to do that as well. That's something I'm always willing to do, is do things a little bit better than I had. Yeah, I'll go.
Thank you, Joel. We've got another 10 minutes for questions and everyone. Maybe we can introduce ourselves just so people know who we are.
I'll stand on my tippy toes. Good afternoon, Jessica Boyer Bennett, council member for Batchewana First Nation. Further to your message now about respecting nations and getting, you'll come and see us. When member nations disagree on a political position, how will you build consensus while respecting each nation's sovereignty?
I think by being principled, for sure. And to me, being principled means I always take things back to the Kaswanta, which is the Turo Wampum, where we each have our vessels and we're traveling down the river of life. And so I always, there's three questions I always ask is, whose boat is this in? If it's in a Batchewana boat, then that's Batchewana's business, right? And then when there's two boats traveling side by side, then there's three white lines between them in that symbolism there. And those are peace, respect, and friendship. And so we always have to maintain those. And so we can't, even though we might disagree, we have the dialogue. resolve our differences that way. So that friendship and peace, friendship and respect is always maintained. And so I think if we're each principled and try to maintain that relationship, then I think we can do things like that.
Miracle?
To be fair, I'll ask you the same question. How do you define the minister's fiduciary obligation to our people?
Well, the Crown has assumed sovereignty over all lands. I believe 99% of land are under Crown control or provincial control. And First Nations have control of about 1% of Canada's land mass. Now they say that their foundation of sovereignty is a bedrock, but they say it's made of sand. Because it's built on the assumptions of doctrines of discovery and white superiority. And if you look at that, it's basically they're saying, we stole the land fair and square. That's their argument. And because they actually have physical control of the land, they do have that fiduciary responsibility to live up to not only treaty obligations, but also human rights obligations. And so that's where that stems from, is that they're assuming, if they want to assume control, then they have to assume responsibility for those who they took it from.
And the Supreme Court's rulings, while they've been hailed as victories, it does entitle the Crown at certain times to infringe on our rights if it's in the public interest. Then all they have to meet the test of is just consulting and compensation for the infringement. So I guess the question that's really the elephant in the room is, what is that test that a project is in the national interest instead of just in the economic interest of Canada?
Some years ago, I took some training with the United Nations Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And that's where I learned at that time that it's discriminatory to have your rights tried in the courts of your oppressor. So I think internationally, we need to start looking for a third party to mediate these disputes. It's always a danger to have your rights tried in the courts of your oppressor. There's something called the frozen rights doctrine, where our rights were frozen in time. Apparently, there's something really special about meeting the white man. At that point of meeting them, your rights are frozen at that time, and you can't have any new rights. And so that's an actual thing. That's why they have Vanderpeet and all those kind of decisions to say, what kind of rights did you have at that time? And you have to go through a really onerous process to prove that you had those rights. But really, when we met the Europeans, we had all the rights as nations, right? We were a nation and nation. That's why treaties were made. Treaties aren't made between, a father and his son. They just tell us the kid to go to bed. But between nations and brothers, that's when you have those treaties. And so that's really something I think is a danger of going to courts because they won't look at that frozen rights doctrine. Because your rights have to be able to evolve. Like for instance, at the first meeting, there was no television, there was no radio waves, yet Canada is able to have laws over those frequencies, over cell phones, radio. But our laws are frozen in time. And so those things are very discriminatory and they're just downright racist. And I think at some point we have to have a challenge on that whole doctrine at the end of the day. Because that's just based on, 1400s racism does not belong in modern law. That's an ethical society.
I think we have time for one more. There is another question here.
Last week, we saw at the AFN, the resolution was passed for the first ministers meeting. And so I would like to ask Grand Chief what you see AI's role in the upcoming First Nations First Ministers meeting.
That's interesting because as much as they want to have a unified message, the AFN, I think most of us can realize is kind of messed up. And they're really disjointed. And so I think the best we can do is try to influence our region, and whoever's going to speak on behalf of our region to say what we have to say, make sure that we're heard. Because we don't really know what the national chief's gonna be able to say, or what the other regions are gonna say, or one guy might get on the, mic and hog it, for the whole time, and I see that happen all the time, so as long as we get our turn up there and we have our influence on what our region's gonna say, I think that'd be good, in terms of, what their obligations are, they can have cuts, but they're not meeting substantive equality, and they're opening themselves up to a whole bunch of risk. And one thing government knows, I think, is terms of risk. And they respond to those kind of things because at the end of the day, they're going to be liable. Liability is big. And we have to really press that liability button. We can think about it.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Okay, so we've come to the completion of our question and answer period. And if I could ask you to give a round of applause for the work that happened with this research and these presentations. We are going to, by way of caucuses, each First Nation will have one spot to gather from 3 to 4:30. And it's your chance to caucus, to talk about issues. And even maybe think about some questions for the candidates, because the candidates are coming to your caucuses. They will be coming in to chat with you and spend some time with you 3 to 4:30. So on the screen are the caucus locations. These are the most recent caucus room locations. There are a couple here and there are a couple at 24 Meadow Drive. Majority of them are actually over there. So Caldwell is in here, Hiawatha is below us. And at 24 Meadow Drive, we have the Delawares and Conference Room A, Mississauga, Oneida's in the tech conference, the CAO's office is Wata. Batchewana is in the council chambers, and MBQ is in the chief's office. Yes. Audrey?
Okay, now, Audrey, can I ask that, or could consideration be given that each community gets a certain amount of time with each candidate? Because when we did the deputy, we were only, we only got a small snippet of time with one candidate, and that's not fair for all of the communities. So if somehow things could be equitably distributed.
So if there's 8 communities, if you give them 15 minutes each, 15, that's 120 minutes. We don't have that much time, so we have to go 10 minutes. It's 80 minutes, and you gotta at least get there to whether it's good. So if they have 10 minutes at each location, majority are together over there. There's 6 in one area and 2 here. So if we could have 10 minutes for each candidate with each caucus, okay? And maybe one candidate can start here and the other one start at the other area, just so that you're not both in the same room at the same time. Okay, maybe a chance of an overlap in the middle there somewhere, but if we can start making our way to your caucuses, when your candidate shows up, you'll have 10 minutes with the candidate, okay? And when you're complete with your caucuses, you're finished for the day. The fire will be burning here throughout the night until the completion of the assembly. Welcome to make peace plates, welcome to pray, welcome to make your way back here, but we'll see you tomorrow morning for sure. Okay, unless there's something else, anything else there, Chief? The voting is tomorrow morning at 9. Time we'll begin the process. We actually have ceremonies that'll lead to the vote. Tomorrow? Today, yeah, you're done after 4:30. Any other questions?
Sorry, excuse me, everyone, if we can just rest for 1 second. I know everyone's so excited and you only have 10 minutes, but I just wanted to go back to the agenda really quickly. We do have time here for our elders to provide a reflection. So I just wanted to ensure that we have time to hear from Gajijase and from Olive. So if they are still here, but I'm not sure. Gajijase, Olive's there, I can't see. So I would, before we all depart and move to our other meeting spaces, I would like to invite up Kajita and Olive just to provide some reflections before we leave this space. I also too just wanted to acknowledge that we have a birthday here. We have a birthday. I understand it's Triana's birthday. I don't know where Triana is, in the back somewhere, hiding. Anyway, Triana's the youngest council member serving, recently elected to the Oneida Nation of the Thames. So just wanted to wish Triana happy birthday. All right, now I'm going to pass it over to our elders.
I was going to speak out. I know that. Well, I just like to take a few minutes and I'd like to acknowledge the drummers. And Dean's words, I listened to his words were about our spirituality, and the drums do connect us to our spirituality. I know our elders always told us that when you hear the drums, your feet starts moving right away, and it's the truth. It does. And my elders tells me that why that does it, because it connects to your heart, it's your heart. So when you hear it right away, your spirit starts to move. So that's why I'd like to acknowledge the drummers. And I'd like to acknowledge Stacy and Joel's report. And I don't think that we know just how much work that they do. And so I'd like to acknowledge that too. And I just want to thank the two candidates too for their each day. And let everybody take that to heart what they said and make your decisions. And I know that when we talked about the 4 beings, we talk about how they guide us in our everyday life and our decisions. So that's what we'll count on. You make your decisions for tomorrow. And I think that's about all I'm going to say, because I know everybody wants to get going. I could stand here for hours, but my husband used to say, don't get her up there because you can't, she won't quit. But I just want to say thank you too for acknowledging us two elders. And it's always nice to see all the faces. And, even though there's so many new faces that I've seen in my 5 years that I've been the elder for AIAI and my 12 years on council. There's one face that I'll never forget, and that's Chief Ardon. Thank you.
Okay. No. Yeah. Gajija Zayim, yes. My name is Gajija Zayim. I'm Bear Twin. I'm really, like I said earlier, I'm really honored to be here. I don't see myself as an elder. I just see myself as one of you, one of our people. You know, we've had such a history, and to, you know, imagine we're still here. We're still fighting, you know, for what our ancestors also fought and left for us. And so I want to acknowledge the candidates. It's wonderful to listen to them, and you know, what a great responsibility. And you know, my heart goes out to whoever you know, becomes that one that's picked, because it's a lot you know, that's put on them. We have no idea what other people go through unless we walk in their moccasins. So, you know, when decisions are made, sometimes we might criticize them, but we need to stop and think, you know, what the heck they're going through and how do they come to these decisions, you know? And, you know, I think about our health, you know, and our, the benefits and things that we have.
And I know it's because of you that you have fought for those things to help our people. And you know, it's just so sad that our people are so quick to judge another person, when really all we're trying to do is what's best and what we understand to do. I want to give thanks and, acknowledgement for the cooks and the food for feeding us, because that's the one thing that most of our people really love is to eat, and that always brings people together. And so if you want to bring people together in your home or in your community, just offer them a meal and they'll come. I've seen it over and over again. And so I wanted to acknowledge those foods and what they do and how they can bring us, to that place of a good mind and peace. I also want to acknowledge, when you speak about the wampum belts and the treaties, for myself, I've been involved and tried to learn as much as I can, in the whole way. And for 60 years now, I've gone to longhouse and to ceremonies and so when I hear about the treaties and talk about the belts, my heart just goes boom, 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 because I know they're still alive and they're still active through us that understand. And so, that to me, that's where really, we really find out and nurturing our spirit is through those teachings and through those things that our ancestors left for us. That's why we're still here. And I acknowledge the ancestors because, like I've said in the past, they're with us because we have went through genocides, not just one, but many, and we're still here. And they're still here beside us. And you know what? One thing it's really important is to listen to them. And when you need help and when you feel that in your heart, don't second guess it. They're letting you know and they're waiting for us to ask for the help that we need and the guidance. I know, I've been there, I know it, without a doubt. So again, I want to say Nyauko and Miigwech and whatever other language is spoken here, for giving me the honor or the privilege or whatever, to be able to speak and be here with you. So Nyauko from the bottom of my heart for all the hard work you are doing. Nyauko.
I was already standing up.
Now you can go. You may now depart.
See the bottles? Have you got your bag yet?
No, I didn't. I know, I have to go get my bag.